Tuskegee, Alabama 2022 homecoming weekend where there's food, fun, and a festive atmosphere. Where today, the Tuskegee Golden Tigers will play host to the Miles College Golden Bears. Hello again, everyone. My name is Duane Walker, along with my broadcast partner, Mo Carter. And listen, kind of anticlimactic today. Why? Because both the SIAC championship game participants have already been determined. Benedict will represent the East, Tuskegee the West. So, broadcast partner, I ask you, what are we playing for today?
Well, obviously, Tuskegee is trying to play for a homecoming win to finish out the regular season on a good note, while Miles is trying to spoil that. Plus, Tuskegee's coach used to be at Miles, so, they want to spoil that in this regular season finale.
A lot of storylines to get to this afternoon. But first, why don't we take a look at our impact players? First, for Miles College, quarterback Jacob Keller and linebacker Kadarian Jones.
All right, so for Jacob Keller, he is like the full quarterback Miles is using this year. And basically, Coach Sam Shea said, we've got to go with a guy who can find a way to get W. So with that being said, he's going to try to attack that Tuskegee defense. As far as for Kadarian Jones, he's a guy from my neck of the woods, down the bayou in South Louisiana by way of Donaldsonville, Louisiana, 24.5 tackles and 2.5 sacks.
On the other side, for Tuskegee, they're led by quarterback Bryson Williams and freshman linebacker Vincent Hill.
Williams is a guy who did not start the season, but once he got the starting role, he's been able to bring them to much success on an offense. Vincent Hill, true freshman, reminds me of his head coach when he played at the University of North Alabama.
It's a beautiful afternoon for football. Partial cloudy skies with temperatures in the high 70s today. Let's take a look at our coaches today, beginning with Miles. Former NFL player Sam Shea in his inaugural season with the Golden Bears.
Of course, Coach Shea taking over for the guy he's going to face today in Reginald Ruffin. Coach Shea said, don't let the record of his team reflect how good this team actually is. They're trying to finish out on a good note. And Coach Shea, he's from around these parts. He knows exactly how important a game like this is.
And the guy he took over for on the other side, Reginald Ruffin. You're looking at a modern-day SIAC coaching legend, folks. He has represented the West in the SIAC championship game in 10 of the last 11 seasons in which it has been played, including this year.
An amazing job of what Coach Ruffin has been able to do throughout his career, especially at Miles, and now he's here at Tuskegee. Funny, this will be his final game as the Tuskegee football coach as he moves into a leadership role full-time following this season. But first things first, trying to lead his team to a victory today, and then they've got the SIAC championship following that.
Miles has won the toss and elected to defer to the second half, so they will kick off to Tuskegee, who will move from right to left. Both teams are wearing Nike jerseys today. Nike's the official apparel company of the Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference. Miles is dressed in their all-white road uniforms with purple numbering and purple helmets. The Tuskegee Golden Tigers are wearing crimson tops, crimson bottoms with gold numbers, and crimson helmets.
And we asked Coach Reginald Ruffin if there was going to be a special uniform that was going to come out today, because traditionally they would bring out either the all gold or the all black, but we're just going with the all maroon today. But at the end of the day, these young men know that they're going to look good in the uniforms, but it'll look better with a W in those uniforms at the end of the evening.
And I like it. There you get a look at kicker number 43, Jackson Spradlin. He's made 4 of 8 field goals so far this year. He's a senior, and he's had an incredible career at Miles College. He was actually a preseason All-SIAC selection. There you can look at him. He's got a brother that plays on the team that does the punting. We'll get a load of him a little bit later. His name is Brady Spradlin.
Nothing wrong. We got the brothers on the team to kind of make yourself feel good, for one, but also they can push each other, especially with them both being specialists.
Toro Taylor is back deep for Tuskegee. And for the first time since 2019, we have live football here at Tuskegee. Brand new turf taken by Taylor at the 5 up to the 15-20. And he'll cross the 25-yard line up to the 26. And now we have some pushing and shoving going on.
These two teams are big rivals. They are big rivals, for one, and then two, you have to think about this. Golden Bears want to get the Golden Tigers off the game early. Don't see any flags, but I'm pretty sure you got a lot of warnings from those officials on the field.
They're going to place the football at the 26-yard line. So that was a 21-yard return by Taylor. All right, so Tuskegee on offense. The quarterback is Bryson Williams. Torian Taylor, the running back, the wide receiver core, led by freshman Antonio Meeks. McGee and Petty are the others. On 1st and 10 from the 26. First play is a pass. It's going to complete to Petty. Petty crossing the 30, near first down yardage, and he's got it. Stopped on the play by Sawyer Jr. But there is a flag down. And they are, by the way, keeping the time on the field for now.
On that play right there, the best thing that happened was the fact that he made that first man miss, and then once he did that, he was able to pick up a first down, and it looks like they're going to move those chains.
12 yards on that reception. Let's take a look at the offensive line for Tuskegee. The center's Jalen Franks on the right side at the guard and tackle spots. Graduate Nathan Harris and sophomore redshirt George Ball. On the left side, the guard is Damian Clark and the left tackle Sean Stinton. And they are going to move the football back to the 38-yard line.
I don't know if everybody was on the same page right there because they were so far up the field.
Miles College on defense, Roosevelt Thompson. He leads the pack up front. Quincy Nelms, Jamichael Rogers, there's a name we'll call a lot today. And Kadarius Jones, our impact player. He's on that defensive end spot. William Hardy and Austin Brundage are the linebackers in the secondary. Jarius Grayson, Johnny Blackman. The safeties, James Sawyer Jr., Gradarius Brown, and Jamarius Brown. They're the other defensive starters. All right, we're back to it. 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. Williams standing in the pocket, biding some time. Now he'll scramble to his left, tries to juke Thompson, throws the football near side, and it is ruled. Don't see a signal yet. They haven't placed the football down. I guess it's not a catch.
Yeah.
Incomplete.
Took a very, very long time to make that decision on that. But you got to give Bryson Williams, he made a heads-up play. The pocket collapsed. He was able to get out, and, ooh, pretty close.
Big Roosevelt Thompson was applying the pressure for Miles College on the defensive front. Nonetheless, an incomplete pass, 2nd down and 10 from the 38-yard line for this Tuskegee offensive unit. Takes a handoff, pass is complete across the middle of Petty, and Petty gets up to the 48-yard line, good enough for a first down. So a 10-yard connection, Williams to Petty.
Corey Petty is one of those many wide receivers that Williams is trying to get the ball to. Of course, all these guys, literally, once they get the ball, they have the ability to take it to the house.
Petty came into today's contest with 20 catches on the season. 2 today, make it 22 on the season. First down yardage again, this time near midfield. They'll hand to Taylor. Taylor trying to find some running room, but he's going to be stopped by Brundage, as well as Sawyer Jr., number 38.
There's that man we talked about, Mr. Brundage. Of course, Williams will probably be paying attention to where he is lining up every single play, and he's already making, early plays in this one. Let's see what happens as they get into a 2nd and long scenario.
6th play of the drive. In case you're wondering, Tuskegee has scored on 3 of 9 opening drive opportunities this season. 2 touchdowns, 1 field goal. Minimal gain, call it 1. 2nd and 9 from the mid-stripe. In motion goes Webb. Williams waiting. Play actions to Taylor. He'll keep the football, cross the 50-yard line, and he'll gain 3.
As we mentioned during the pregame, Williams loves to run read option, and he probably held it to the last millisecond of that play there, but picked up good yardage and makes it 30 manageable for them.
Jeremiah Summerall on that stop. It will bring forth a 3rd down situation for Tuskegee. Tuskegee 54 of 119 on third down conversions this season, good for 45.38%. That is quite impressive. 3rd and 6 from the 48-yard line of Miles. Williams, he's going to keep the football on the 45-40, the flag down, and he's going to slide on the brand new spanking turf here at Tuskegee, but there's a flag down. He got near the 35-yard line, but it looks like it might be coming back. That's your Whitecap today. The referee is Herman Wright.
Obviously on the play, Williams saw a huge hole that opened up, but he may have got that hole because of the holding on that one. So now it becomes a 3rd and long situation. We haven't seen Tuskegee in a scenario like this yet on this first drive, so it'd be interesting to see what they call up to try to move the chains.
Second penalty in the quarter committed by Tuskegee. They average 7.7 penalties per game. I know that's something Coach Reggie wants to clean up. 3rd down, long, pass over the middle. It's complete. Down to the 35-yard line. That's McGee with the reception.
McGee, another one of those wide receivers that has been making plays all season long once Williams gets him the ball. And they've been attacking that middle throughout this first drive.
1st down. Pass is complete again. One more time. Small gain on that catch by McGee.
Felt like Tuskegee tried to catch him off guard with the quick hurry-up offense in that scenario, but Miles was prepared.
We'll call it 3, 2nd and 7. Williams will option again, and he falls on the turf. And he'll be touched down there by Brundage, number 52.
Shoestring tackle right there by Brundage, along with a little help from the turf monster as well. Saw a lot of those black beads come up as he went down to the ground.
Black beads, brown beads, beads nonetheless.
I've seen some schools with like blue and white beads as well across the state.
Wait, sure that wasn't at the Boise field?
It was not at the Boise field.
Number 32, the first of the game. 15-yard penalty, automatic 1st down.
Wow. So that's a huge penalty assessed to Miles College. It went to Johnny Blackman. He was the culprit there. They're going to move the football forward 15 yards. And they'll place it at the 18-yard line.
And it looks like the clock is finally back working again, Duane.
Okay. We'll take note of that. There you can look at Blackman in your screen. Ill-timed penalty there. Puts his team in an auspicious position.
As a defensive-minded coach, I'm pretty sure Coach Sam Shade is probably telling his guys, we can't give away free yardage to the offense, and that's a true example of what not to do. And basically, you give Tuskegee better field position. They're officially in the red zone now with that penalty.
They are, and on the season, 23 of 33 from the red zone, 69% efficiency. As we take a look at this last penalty, watch the left side as he sort of took a swing, at freshman Antonio Meeks. Antonio Meeks has frustrated a lot of people so far this season. The freshman phenom has had quite a campaign. All right, here we go. 1st and 10. Under duress, and are they going to rule that an incomplete pass or a fumble? Still waiting for a call. And they're going to call it a fumble. And it's going to be recovered by Miles College.
Best time in the world for Miles to make a huge play like that. Putting a lot of pressure on Williams. Watch, it's just picture perfect hit.
And correction, they're going to say that Tuskegee has retained possession on that.
All right, there was a scrum at the bottom of it between some big linemen on the offensive and defensive line.
They're going to rule it as no gain. 2nd down. And 10 from the 18-yard line.
Tuskegee got lucky on there.
Williams hands to Edwards. Edwards pushing forward, and he'll be brought down. Zion Sharp made the tackle.
Edwards is part of that two-headed backfield for Tuskegee with their rushing attack. Plus, He's a former Miles College Golden Bear, so you know he wants nothing but to get a victory against some of his former teammates.
These running backs for Tuskegee, best in the conference. They have a combined 3,500 career rushing yards in Dante Edwards and Torian Taylor. 5 yards on that last carry. 3rd down and 5. In motion comes Webb. He'll go back. They'll hand to the second. Nope. They're going to blow the play down. Maybe an illegal procedure against the offense.
5-yard penalty. Remains 3rd down.
3rd penalty on this drive. So Tuskegee literally kicking themselves in the foot.
Coaches always talk about making mental mistakes, and that's a perfect example of a mental mistake right there. Tuskegee with some momentum. Now they're being backed up. And whatever they called previously, they probably can't call it now because you're going into a 3rd and long, and the field is pretty short.
3rd down and 10. Let's call it the 18-yard line. Williams steps up in the pocket, fires, got a man, Webb! And is ruled incomplete. That, my friend, was a bullet that should have been caught. He put it right into the basket for Kenyon Webb.
Yeah, the James Sawyer coming through and delivering the lick that separated the ball from the wide receiver there.
Arnez Huskic in to attempt a 36-yard field goal. It's up, and it is through the uprights. And with 8 minutes and 27 seconds to play in the first quarter, for the 4th time this year, Tuskegee scores on their first drive. There's a timeout on the field. Let's take this timeout too. You're watching SIAC football on ESPN+.
Touchdown, covered 12 plays, 55 yards. Elapsed time 6 minutes and 18 seconds. Field goal 36 yards by Arnez Huskic.
Welcome back, everyone, and you are looking at a refurbished Cleveland L. Abbott Memorial Stadium, where the home team jumps out to a 3-0 lead over Miles College. What a setting for football this afternoon, Mo.
Absolutely. It is homecoming here at Tuskegee, and homecoming goes beyond that true meaning because first home game in a number of years, and you look around, I mean, it is packed here inside of Abbott Stadium, and we're going to have to get some good crowd shots later on to kind of really show the people what's really going down if you didn't come to Tuskegee today.
Arnez Huskic is set to kick the football off for the Tuskegee Golden Tigers. Franklin and Peterson back deep. And they're going to let that one fly into the end zone. And Miles will get their first opportunity at the football. They'll have it first down and 10 at the 25-yard line.
Now, if you go Sam Shade and Miles, obviously you got a break with only getting a field goal from Tuskegee. Now the Golden Bears need to come out and try to, steal some momentum away early on. And like I said, they had a big play when they knocked the ball out of the wide receiver's hands at the goal line, forcing the field goal.
Here come the starters for Miles. They're led by Jacob Keller. He had the best week of work. Aaron Frazier's the running back. The wide receivers, Jay Andrews, Jalen Peterson, and Dante Franklin. The tight end is Taj Lee. Tell you where my mind is right now.
You want to go traveling, right?
First down play, it's complete over the middle to Jalen Peterson. So positive gain on the very first play for the Golden Bears.
Getting the ball out to the D1 transfer, Peterson, a transfer from Mercer, and they're moving those sticks.
15 yards on that pass play. Antonio Keenan Jr. brought him down. First and 10 from the 40-yard line for Miles, moving left to right. There's some movement up front, and they're going to flag this one down.
The center still has the ball in his hand.
Let's hear from Herman Wright, see what he has to say.
Offside. Defense, number 99. 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
So penalties has been the story this first quarter for Tuskegee. They've committed 5 penalties so far in this game.
And if you take a look at Coach Reginald Ruffin, he's big on discipline. So to see a lot of penalties early on, that's not his forte.
First and 5 from the 45 for Miles. Frazier with the football. Very small gain, if any. They may credit him with a 1-yard carry.
Big word.
Second down and 4.
Big word is may on that one, Duane, because he was met at the line.
They've gone through a litany of running backs so far, has Miles College. They've suffered a lot of injuries. We had talked to head coach Sam Shade. He lost his starting running back to begin the year, and it basically was all downhill from there. Second down and 4. Play action. Frazier complete far side of the football field, and he's going to shimmy past the midfield stripe down to the 48-yard line. Good enough for a first down for Miles. They're going to spot it at the 49.
Aaron Frazier, a sophomore running back from Lochapoka High School, which is about a stone's throw away from Tuskegee. So he's probably got a lot of fans in the stands here cheering him on.
Say that 5 times real fast where he's from.
Lochapoka.
Lochapoka. Okay, I guess you could do that. First down yardage after the 5-yard gain. Now they will extend their splits. Did Peterson. Why? So he can get the football on the near side of the field. And that's going to be positive yardage near a first down. From my vantage point, it looks like he has it. It'll depend on the mark.
Once again, to get the ball out to Jalen Peterson, the D1 transfer from Mercer University. He's already got 2 catches on the game, and obviously he knows how to help the Golden Bears move these sticks.
Miles came into this contest averaging over only 12.7
Game administrator, please remove the drone from over the field.
So it's been a struggle for them to put the football in the end zone. And now we have a little delay.
Did they say, did I hear him say, please remove a drone from the field?
I don't know if this is a copycat situation, but I think I saw this in one of the other conferences last weekend where there was a drone issue. Nonetheless, it'll be first down yardage after the gain of 10 on that pass play. Football will be placed at the 39-yard line of Tuskegee.
I think that's got to be a first that I've ever heard for a football game with a drone.
Wait a minute, man. Weren't you at the Jackson State game last week with your alma mater, Southern? They had a drone last week?
Yeah, they did. They did. But you know what? When I heard about it, it was a little later on.
Oh, so you mean witness personally?
Yes,
okay,
yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Now, a few months ago, Jacksonville State head coach Rich Rodriguez talked about that happened at one of his previous games, too. I guess it's becoming the new norm, Duane.
We're back to live action. First down and 10 from the Tuskegee 39-yard line. Keller looking far side, throwing downfield, and it's incomplete. Intended for Jay Andrews. Look up. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a drone.
It's that new technology, man.
Yeah.
Remember back in the day, you used to have like the blimp and the helicopter. Now we've got the drones.
Amazing. Yeah.
That is true.
And I actually see it still really hovering over the field right in front of our vantage point. Frazier trying the left-hand side, and he's going to be upended by Antonio Keenan Jr. Excellent play there by the senior. Or junior, excuse me.
Keenan has been coming up making a lot of plays from his cornerback position. He's not just a guy that can cover the wide receivers. He can step up and make tackles against your running backs like he did on that play right there.
Loss of 2 yards on the play, and Herman Wright, our white cap, steps in and says, hey, look, we're going to have to get rid of this drone situation. There's a drone that is flying approximately, I'll say, maybe 100 feet above play level. And now Herman Wright will go over to Reginald Ruffin, the head coach and athletic director. And he is signaling to his people to take care of that. Now, this is a big rollout for Tuskegee. A lot of media coverage so far this week. The local stations have been interviewing the administration here, as well as the athletic director / head football coach. There, you can look at them right there. And again, they're trying to get the drone, and you see Reginald Ruffin is besides himself trying to figure out, hey, where is this happening?
Absolutely. They're trying to just get the football game played, and the drone is somewhere hovering above Abbott Stadium. And yes, I see, I do see it.
Please discontinue the drone.
There it is right there on your television screen, everyone.
You see, it's about 100, I'm going to say it's about 100 feet perhaps above the playing surface.
Yeah, so probably one of the tailgaters has a remote to that or has it connect to their iPhone on the side with the shed.
Well, I can tell you something. They're not going to continue play until it's taken care of.
Correct.
And now the bands will start to fire up here.
Got to keep the fans entertained, man.
And speaking of entertainment, you know our halftime show is going to be phenomenal with both of these bands being featured.
Absolutely. Of course, a lot of people know about the football rivalry between these two schools, but the band rivalry here on HBCU campuses all across, it's always just something phenomenal to watch and see. So we'll check it out later on. But right now, let's get back to this action, Duane.
Third down and 12 after that 2-yard loss by Frazier. In the pocket, Keller, he'll throw. Peterson will cross the 35 down to the 34. Not nearly enough for the first down. It'll bring up a 4th down. We'll give him 8 yards on the reception. It still leaves 4 yards on the board. So the special teamers will come in, and we'll get another look at Mr. Jackson.
They're coming on for a very long field goal here.
Jackson Spradlin will attempt a 51-yard field goal, and he can hit it. Trust me. Let's see what he does here. The holder, Roderick Smith, will snap by, it's up, and the kick is, it's good. 51 yards out. So, with 5 minutes and 6 seconds to play, a 51-yard field goal by the senior ties the score at 3.
Let there be no doubt. You are ready for whatever comes next. You've got bars to raise, expectations to exceed, status quos to rise above. and you've come to the right place. Because it all starts right here. Which is precisely why we are so proud to support HBCU programs.
Yo, new Sprite? Nah, same Sprite, new bottle. It's kinda like same floater, new heights.
Same jam, new style points.
Same pregame, new drip.
Same spokes, new person.
Same ice, new tray. That's cold.
New bottle, same refreshing Sprite.
Join the HBCU family. You become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
And welcome back, everybody. Thanks to that man, Jackson Spradlin. Miles has tied the score at 3. The radio voice for Tuskegee, Frank Lee, stole my line, I think. I was going to say you could throw all the records out the window, but he beat me to it first.
Obviously, because these two teams know each other quite well, along with the coaches. We'll be talking about that all game long.
Always cool to be here at Tuskegee with the legends, Frank Lee, play-by-play voice, and public address announcer Paul Carney, who's just off to my left. Taylor will receive the football at the 4-yard line. Here he comes. 15, 20, 25, makes a move, 30, and I see a splash of Brown. What can Brown do for you?
And we got a late flag on the play, Duane.
30 yards on that return from the 3 up to the 33, but there is a flag down.
I thought he was going to get away from that last tackle, but then, yeah, the dust and the dirt and whatever you want to say that's in the turf came up and probably caused him to slip at the end, too.
Jeremiah Jones, number 47, just tripped him up. And they can look at Sam Shea talking to Quincy Nelms on that sideline. And watch here, because you know underneath those piles, watch
after the play, I'm supposed to like conduct.
He's giving them the
Kicking
business.
team, number 35, the first of the game. 15-yard penalty, first down.
So that penalty is going to hurt. We'll march 15 yards up the turf, where it will be 1st and 10 for Tuskegee.
Perfect field position now for Tuskegee. If you're Miles, your kind of back is against the wall by giving them such great field position. Defense, you're going to have to get into a bend but break, don't mold, and see what happens against these Golden Tigers.
Quadruple wide receiver set, 2 to the top, 2 to the bottom. Williams, unprotected, scrambling right. Has a notion he'll keep the football. 50, 45, jukes a man, 40, down to the 36-yard line. Impressive carry by the senior.
Very impressive. And look at that wall that he had of blockers. He just read it perfectly and picked up the first down for the Golden Tigers. It's like you draw it up in the backyard.
16-yard scamper. 1st and 10 for Tuskegee. He'll go to the well once again. Williams, 30. And he'll stumble ahead near another first down. They're going to mark it at the 20-yard line, just shy of a first down. 9 yards on the pickup.
If you're the Golden Bears, you have to find a way to account for Williams. You got to either put a spy on the QB or something, because you know he has the ability to take off and pick up big-time yardage like he just did on these previous 2 plays.
Running has been a part of Williams' repertoire. Coming into this one, he has carried for 171 yards, including 7 touchdowns.
Your true dual threat quarterback.
2nd and short. Sure, they'll go to the air here. Nick at backfield. Williams buying time, throws. It's going to be almost picked off. I was anticipating a pick, but it was knocked down.
I mean, he really tried to throw it away, but then he basically kind of underhanded it a little bit on Jamarius Brown. Well, Jamarius Brown almost coming up with the interception.
And there you see Thompson applying pressure, and Jamarius Brown causes his 3rd breakup of the campaign. 3rd and short, really 2-play territory for Tuskegee. They've actually got 2 yards to go, 2 chances to go 2 inches. 3rd and very short. Taylor in the backfield. He will try, and he'll be stopped. How about it? This Miles College defense clamping up as a host of them on the scene. Take your pick. You can go with Jeremiah Sumrall. You can go to Brundage. You can go to Jones. Take your pick.
I'll go with Summerall on that one because he was the guy that had him wrapped up right there around the waist going all the way down. So all of a sudden now, Golden Tigers faced with a 4th and manageable, but it wasn't as easy as these previous plays were for them.
Loss of 2 yards. Dante Edwards will check into the ball game. He's in the backfield along with tight end Latravion O'Neal. Now O'Neal will spot up, and the play is going to be whistled down. We have a timeout on the field. There's 2 minutes and 52 seconds to play in the first quarter. A pair of field goals, 1 by each team. We're tied at 3.
Sorry for almost stepping on your toes, man. It's like I heard that pause, and I guess you was looking up something. So
no problem.
I know for sure.
No problem.
What to do.
Do your thing.
My wife texted me and said we sound good.
Oh, good. Because you know they're going to keep it real, bro.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, she's been keeping it real since day one.
So I'm going to find this stat about throwing the records out, and how earlier this year one of Tuskegee's victories was a overtime win against Clark Atlanta. That's coached by Willie, coached by Willie. So you really do have to throw the, it's more than just the records.
Yeah, I didn't realize that game went into overtime. I knew it was close. Oh, wow.
Double overtime.
Okay, I knew it was close. Willie Slater.
Slater, there we go. I had a brain cramp. Welcome back, everybody. Hey, out there. Our score is tied at 3-all. Duane Walker along with Mo Carter. And if this was a card game, a spades game, or a poker game, I should say, this would be a full house.
Oh, absolutely. Full house plus. Because we got people sitting on the hill. We got people sitting way on top and everywhere.
4th down carry. And it looks like his forward momentum will give him the first down. And it will.
Yeah, that last second effort of him stretching out the ball gave them that first down. It was close, though. It was really close.
Call it a pickup of 4. There you get a look at Reginald Ruffin, head coach here at Tuskegee in his first year. And, you know, we talk about throwing out the records in this one. 1-8 for Miles, 7-2 for Tuskegee. And the reason why, there's more to it than just the game, as that football is deflected.
We talk about the throwing out the records thing. Obviously, you know, Reginald Ruffin was at Miles, and then as we take a look at the pass deflection right there by the big defensive lineman, always taught if you can't get on the pass rush, throw your hands up to go ahead and knock down the ball.
But you were saying Reginald Ruffin was at Miles. He took over for Willie Slater.
Exactly.
Willie Slater went from Tuskegee to Clark Atlanta.
And they played an epic game this year.
They needed double overtime to beat Clark Atlanta, 45-43. Williams will keep the football and slide down to the 15-yard line. A flag is going to fly because the quarterback was hit when he slid feet first, and that's going to be a penalty every single time. And the culprit, Jamarius Brown. So second penalty on him, and he might get the hook.
He may. I mean, if you're Jamarius Brown, you have to be smart on that play. Quarterback giving himself up. You don't have to touch him down.
And so another penalty is going to hurt here, and they're going to move this football as we listen for Herman Wright's call.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Defense, number 27, half the distance to the goal, automatic first down.
Coach Ruffin was basically wanting them to check for targeting on that play. As we take another look at it, Brown comes up. No, it's clean. It is clean. Even though Brown was literally going with a force with his head going down, he doesn't make the contact to the crown of the head for them to basically call targeting on that play.
First and goal from the 9-yard line. Dante Edwards is the lone setback behind Williams. They'll give it to Edwards. Edwards will plow forward, and he's cut off at the light at the 5-yard line. Nice gain, however, 9 yards before being stopped.
Absolutely. Johnny Blackman coming up with the tackle as part of a trio of Golden Bears that was able to deny him the goal line on that one. But look for Tuskegee to keep pounding this rock. Miles is going to have to be bend but not break and keep them out the end zone.
Rock Dowdell, the freshman, number 48 on that tackle as well. Second and goal from the 4. Williams will keep it himself, trying the right side. He's going to be tripped up, and they're saying no way, says Mr. Rogers. He says you're in my neighborhood.
Absolutely. He's trying to protect his house, which is the end zone in that situation. Great play by him on that one, especially not biting on the QB read in that scenario, because so many defensive ends and linebackers will bite and the quarterback will walk into the end zone. That's why Williams was so successful in the game against Morehouse earlier this year.
1 minute and 21 seconds to play in the first quarter. And after that flag, they move the football back to the 10-yard line, and it will bring up, should be third and goal, correct?
Yes, should be third and goal coming up. Oh, they did take the penalty. Okay, sorry, it's supposed to be second.
All right, it'll be second and goal from the 10-yard line. Williams waiting for the snap. Edwards is just to his right. Double tight. Here's the pass into the end zone, and it incomplete. It should have been picked off. Sawyer Jr. had his hands on the football but could not corral it.
Sawyer Jr., the hometown kid of Fairfield, Alabama. Oh, it just goes right through his hands. That was the perfect opportunity for him to change some momentum for this Miles College Golden Bear defense. And he is kicking himself right now, knowing it literally hits your hands. If it hits your hands, you're supposed to catch it.
Well, that's why you guys are defensive backs.
In most cases.
Mo Carter. Mo Carter, folks, Mo Carter played defensive back for Southern back. Where were you there, Mo?
I was there from 2006 to 2008 under the legendary coach Pete Richardson.
All right, third down and goal. Williams under pressure, throws to the end zone, and the football is batted down. Excellent job by Jarius Grayson knocking that football down on the ground. He leads this team in pass breakups. He had 5 coming into the contest.
Grayson coming up with a big play. I actually saw this young man for a couple of years when he played at Mae Jemison High School in the Huntsville area, when I do my other job. He's, but he's always been a standout athlete, standout defensive back, and he comes over to play, and now Tuskegee's got to go for another field goal.
Huskich in for a 28-yard attempt. The kick is on the way, and it is through the uprights. So Huskich with his second field goal in the first quarter. The first was from 36 yards out. This one comes from 26 yards out. And as a result, it puts his squad up by a score of 6-3.
Believe it or not, Duane, I'm not surprised that we're in this situation. Sam Shade, Reginald Ruffin, two defensive-minded coaches, so they're going to find the schemes to stop these high-powered offenses from tasting the end zone. So that's why we got 3 field goals on the board right now.
And your screen is Zion Sharp right there. He has been battling an ankle injury all season long. These Miles College Golden Bears, they've gone through it. Injuries are a part of football, but they have an extreme case.
Absolutely. Whether it's physical injuries or internal injuries, Coach Shea did tell us that there was kind of a flu bug that was going around the team this week, too. And obviously, with everything going on in the world, you want to take the best precaution you can with safety. But he's also said this, his guys have responded well with the next man up mentality. They've just had to go to the well multiple times this year in this long season.
Arnez Huskich is set to kick the football off for the Tuskegee Golden Tigers. Back deep is Jalen Peterson along with Aaron Fraser. They're standing at about the 5 and 9 yard line respectively. They're going to look at the senior honored here today with the rest of the seniors here for Tuskegee. Beautiful setting for football. New athletic facility, football facility, as well as turf field. And that football will go into the end zone.
Duane, I know you got here early. Were you able to kind of check out some of the newness that is within Abbott Stadium?
I did and I didn't. It was so crowded. I'm sure later on we'll get shots of various parts of the field of the stadium. There are thousands here. If I'm gonna guess, I'm gonna say there's a good 10 grand here.
I'm going to say it's probably more than that. Each and every year, you always see the homecoming number come up for Tuskegee, and you're like, how are all those people there? Well, obviously, there's only one entrance, so whether you're tailgating or you're actually watching the game, everybody's in here, and that's how they count the attendance to make it so full.
Man, it might be 15 and 20.
There's a good possibility.
Fraser on that last carry. No gain on that play. 2nd and 10 from the 25. Keller looking over to the sideline to get the play.
Keller's another one of those guys where they say they've had to go to the well because of injuries this year.
Keller, play action, throws to the far side to Peterson. Peterson will gain about 3. It'll bring forth a 3rd down and 7.
Thought that would have been the last play of the half, but it gets knocked out of bounds.
1 second remaining, 1 tick of the clock. And I see some yellow laundry on the far side of the football field, which means we have another penalty. Double-digit penalties so far in this first quarter of play.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Defense, number 30, his first of the game. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Coach Ruffin will not like that. And Duane, that's at least what, our 3rd or 4th unsportsmanlike conduct penalty when you combine both teams so far. Got to let cool heads prevail in these scenarios.
So Vashad Williams assessed that penalty, and he'll take a seat. Meanwhile, they'll move the football up to the 42-yard line. There's 1 tick of the clock remaining in the first quarter of play. Tuskegee up 6-3. It's been a very entertaining game, although penalty laden, but physical nonetheless.
Into the first quarter, Golden Tigers 6.
And they run the time off the clock.
3.
And 1 quarter of play is in the books. It's been a game of field goals, 3 of them. Tuskegee leads it by 3.
Chapter of Omega Psi Phi have also made a contribution to Tuskegee, donating $163,295 to their endowment for scholarship for women of Lambda Epsilon and incoming freshmen from BTW High School. Presented today amongst the brother of Lambda Epsilon is the Omega Psi Phi plant boss, Ricky Lewis. The matriarch, Mother May Lambda.
Get that investment going, right? No, sir.
The 2022 SIAC Football Championship game presented by Cricket will take place November 12th, next Saturday. Tuskegee University will visit Benedict College, and you can catch it on ESPN 3.
That's going to be a huge game as Chinnisberry leads the team against that guy right there, Reginald Ruffin's going to be basically, can Tuskegee's offense stop that Benedict, can Tuskegee's defense stop that Benedict offense and everything else that goes on with prepping for a big championship.
As we mentioned, that will be on ESPN 3. ESPN, the SIAC deal, is the #1 media rights deal in Division II, which began last year and will extend through 2027. Keller throws to the near side, trying to hit Peterson, and Turf Monster got Peterson one more again. And the football sails innocently incomplete.
You got to love that Turf Monster, man. He is something else. They talk about him being the 12th man. I just don't know if it's the 12th man for the offense or the defense in most cases.
Second quarter play, just 5 seconds in. 6-3 our score. Tuskegee with the lead. Duane Walker along with Mo Carter. Hope you're enjoying it. Homecoming weekend here at Tuskegee.
Lots of fans here, too. Tuskegee fans, they've been waiting for this game for a very, very long time.
And we have a new quarterback. It's a direct snap to Andrews. Let's see. Minimal gain, if at all.
Maybe one on that.
Jay Andrews playing quarterback right now. for the Golden Bears. And that was just a direct snap because I see Jacob Keller in the ball game now.
Just trying to change it up against this Tuskegee defense, try to catch them off guard just a little bit, but Tuskegee and their defensive front, they were ready.
3rd and long. Keller barks the signals, trying to catch him jumping. Now they'll restack. 4 wide receivers set. Trips to the top, and now we're going to have a stoppage in play. Coach Sam Shade wants to talk about it. And while they talk about it on the Miles College sideline, we'll pause for a timeout. Tuskegee leads it 6-3 over Miles.
Trophies, awards, medals.
They show your hard work paid off.
In a game of life, there are also trophies.
They look like an organized financial plan to pay for your college, maybe even graduate school.
Buying a house is a trophy.
Starting your own business, that's a championship trophy.
To help students gain the financial savvy to succeed at life, UBS has teamed with EverFi and the Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference to create Elevate.
Elevate delivers personalized financial training, access to wellness workshops, and career development programs, all for free and designed exclusively for SIAC communities.
Financial freedom, that's the ultimate trophy. Get started today at ubs.com/elevate.
When you're part of something bigger than yourself, it feels like all you ever do is win, win, win. And when that something is an HBCU, you know you can't help but win, win, win. So, as proud supporters of HBCU programs, we just can't lose.
Join the HBCU family. You become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
Welcome back, everyone. You're looking live here at Cleveland L. Abbott Memorial Stadium, homecoming weekend 2022. The Tuskegee Golden Tigers, the winningest football program in HBCU football with over 700 wins, 706. Second to only Pittsburgh State in all of Division II.
And they've been having great crowds throughout those 700-something wins as well, which go back well over 100 years.
Tuskegee, folks, is an international brand. And we'll get into some of their distinguished alumni after this 3rd down play. Rolling right is Keller, looking downfield, and he's going to be swarmed under. Vincent Hill, the freshman phenom. He was the Week 8 newcomer of the week and Defensive Player of the Week.
Just look at Vincent Hill's eyes. He never, ever took his eye off the quarterback, made a feed line. He was like, look, you're not getting around me and you're not moving these chains on this play.
He was like a heat-seeking drone.
Absolutely, and as we mentioned earlier, reminds me a lot of how Coach Reginald Ruffin played during his collegiate days, too. And
Loss
he's just
of
a freshman.
7. Yep. Loss of 7 on the play. That punt is going to be fair caught at the 25-yard line. 37-yard punt. And Tuskegee will get another crack at the football.
It'll be interesting to see what Tuskegee's going to come out with the scenario, because
they've made all the big plays. It's just once they get inside the red zone, they cannot punch it in against this Golden Bears defense, and that's why we've got all these field goals on the board.
Tuskegee will have at it again. They scored twice in the first quarter. A pair of field goals, a 36-yarder by Arnez Huskic, as well as a 26-yard field goal. Taylor's going to be wiped out where he stood at the 25-yard line. Austin Brundage. Brundage was a transfer from Alabama State. And boy, did he make an entrance in a loss against his former team. He had a couple of sacks. He had an interception. He had double-digit tackles. He was all that and more in week one, unfortunately, in a loss. 2nd down and 9. Williams looks near side, now far side. He's going to be tackled by Nelms. Correction, that's Rogers, number 39.
Pocket just broke down on the play. If you're Williams, you got to have that time clock going off in your head, and he ran out of time, and next thing you know, sack happens right there. Big play for the Golden Bears, and now Tuskegee's forced with a 3rd and long situation.
Michaels is a menace. Jamichael Rogers, that was his 6th sack of the season. And it goes down as a tackle for loss as well. Give him 8 tackles for loss on this season. 3rd down and long. Williams, he'll look, he'll still look, he'll keep the football and be brought down. He'll cross the 25-yard line, but he's going to be tackled by Brown, who's rocking the baby at the 32-yard line, as we get a look at the replay.
Once again, the pocket collapses. Williams trying to find a guy down the field, but all his receivers are covered up, so he has to go ahead and just eat it up. And next thing you know, Golden Bears forcing Tuskegee with a punt.
Ryan Duff will do the honors. Jarius Grayson is back deep, standing at the 40-yard line for Miles College.
Hats off to that Golden Bears defense on that drive. This is definitely a stop they needed to make.
Tuskegee set to punt it. Keelan Martiner is the snapper. Duff has it. Duff kicks it. Let's see where they're going to mark the football. They're going to mark it at the 45-yard line. That was a 30-yard punt. So Miles will have the football when we return. They'll try to take the lead on this possession. We'll be right back.
Getting those shout outs. Right. But I mean, it all goes back to the fact that you can only got one gate, so everybody's got to come through it.
I'm sure they'll tell me to lie somewhere in the 3rd quarter. Check the gate receipts.
Exactly. Because for years, I used to wonder, like, why are these numbers so high? So I finally came.
Welcome back, everyone. Duane Walker, Mo Carter. Tuskegee leading Miles 6-3. There you get a look at quarterback Jacob Keller, who, by the way, was the quarterback when Coach Shade won his first game at Miles. It was a 34-14 victory over Central State back on October 1st. The team recorded 8 sacks and forced 5 fumbles that day. And on this special occasion right here, was there any doubt who he's going to tab to be the quarterback?
Got to go with the guy that's got you a W through the year.
Fresh set of downs. 1st and 10. Moving right to left from the 44. Frazier, the second man through. And he's going to be gang tackled. No gain on the play.
The way the Golden Tigers set up offensively, I thought they were about to run a little triple option right there with the little, the speed motion and the 2 double wing backs.
DeVere Jackson, Hamilton Jackson on that stop. Second down, sweeping left and being bottled up. Who is that? They're scrumming in there. And they're still going at it. There we go. That's speed on the carry. Speed is what they need.
They really do need some speed.
They're trailing 6-3, but still very much in this one.
As I mentioned, interesting that I thought I was going to see some option. I guess they wanted to go with a little bit more power look, and now it looks like they're going to try to spread Tuskegee out on this 3rd down.
Coming into the season, speed was like 5th on the depth chart. Keller throws far side, and it's caught. Big reception by Andrews. Andrews works his way down to a 1st down. The defensive back tried to jump the route, but just missed was Hamilton.
Just out of the clutches of DeVere Hamilton Jackson on that one, and instead, Miles does pick up a 1st down.
13 yards. It'll be 1st down from the 43. Keller throws. It's complete to Woods. Wood, if he couldn't, he can. Down to the 28.
Move those chains. They're attacking the interior of that Tuskegee defense now.
Daughtry, check that, not Colin Woods. Number 80 on the reception, the 5'9" senior from Tallahassee, Florida.
Almost to the red zone now, Duane, which has been a very interesting territory for both teams today.
They'll spot at the 27, speed. Bubbling up across the 25. Positive carry. Call it +3. So Speed, who has not had a lot of carries this season, as I mentioned, buried in the depth chart to begin the season, but thanks to a rash of injuries, getting his opportunity this afternoon. Speed came into this contest with just 24 carries on the campaign for 58 yards. 2nd and 6. Pass is complete. Andrews down near the goal line, and he's in for a touchdown. Jay Andrews, a 23-yard touchdown reception. Jacob Keller to Jay Andrews. And we talked about Miles taking the lead on this possession, and they did just that.
Absolutely. Keller hooking up with Andrews on the play, and Andrews would not be denied on this play as he catches it on the slant, and then he gets rid of one tackler and then carries another man into the end zone, showing you he's been in the weight room, especially late into the season.
Spradlin in for the extra point attempt. It's through the uprights, and what do you know? With 8 minutes and 34 seconds to play in the half, Miles Collins jumps out to a 10-6 lead over Tuskegee.
Whoa, new Sprite? Nah, same Sprite, new bottle. It's kinda like same floater, new heights.
Same jam, new style points.
Same pregame, new drip.
Same spokes, new person.
Same ice, new tray. That's cold.
New bottle, same refreshing Sprite.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
Let there be no doubt. You are ready for whatever comes next. You've got bars to raise, expectations to exceed, status quos to rise above. And you've come to the right place, because it all starts right here, which is precisely why we are so proud to support HBCU programs.
Do not adjust your set. With 8 minutes and 34 seconds to play, Miles College leads SIAC West champion Tuskegee 10-6. Duane Walker along with Mo Carter. Homecoming weekend here on the campus of Tuskegee.
And this homecoming crowd is a little quiet right now after Miles College went ahead for the first time with a lead after the first quarter in a long time.
They'll return the football. King up to the 26-30, up to the 34-yard line. 31 yards on that return. Let's get a look at that touchdown.
All right, so on the play, Keller basically throws to Andrew on the slant. He gets away from one defender, then carries another defender into the end zone for a touchdown. As I mentioned, it looks like he has been in the weight room late into the season, and he would not be denied that touchdown there. And he's pretty athletic, too. Check out that backflip right there on the sidelines in celebration.
That capped off a 6-play, 56-yard drive in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. 24-yard touchdown pass that made the score 10-6. Miles College leads. And in case you're wondering, that's the first lead after the first quarter of play since week 4 for Miles. That was the day they defeated Central State for their lone victory of the season.
It has been a while, Duane. Can they pull off another victory today? It remains to be seen, but right now they're sitting in a good spot.
Second down and 10. After the no gain, Dante Edwards is going to be met for another no gain. Brundage on the scene as those linebackers, Nelms in the mix as well. They are really feeling it right now.
Absolutely, and especially with momentum on this side. And as I mentioned, they have kind of taken the crowd out of this contest right now, and it's up to Tuskegee to get them back in it. But they've got to find a way, first of all, to move these chains with a 3rd and long.
In charge of that task is quarterback Bryson Williams. There you get a look at him, 6'3", out of Lithonia, Georgia, Arabia Mountain High School. Twin wide receivers, both on the left and right. Single coverage out here. Petty's one-on-one. Let's see if they go up top. Williams back, looking, avoids a man. Scrambling to his left, and he smartly throws the football out of bounds. And 4th down, forthcoming for Tuskegee.
You got to give credit to the Golden Bears front 4 for getting pressure on Williams. I mean, he did not have a lot of time, but then he had to try to make a play. All the receivers were covered downfield, so he had to just throw it away. Chalk up another victory for that Golden Bears defense. Coach Sam Shea is definitely going to be happy with this unit.
All right, Ryan Duff is in the ball game, set to punt. He's standing at his 20-yard line. Brown back deep, high snap, barely gets it off. Football is advanced up to the 30-yard line by Brown. 42 yards on that punt. And watch as Duff has to go up high to get it. Was there contact there? Perhaps.
There was contact. I guess it just depends on, was it enough contact to basically give yourself a penalty on that one. He was more bumped into that, into the punter, more so running into the punter.
Ryan Duff, one of the best in the SIAC, one of the best, 42.5 yards per punt, his average. So you're looking at the standard for the SIAC. And speaking of which, that's the slogan here at Tuskegee. Coach Reginald Ruffin, the athletic director and head football coach, he wants this university to be the standard. Miles has it first down and 10 at their 30-yard line. They'll rush the football up the middle. Frazier, the ball carrier.
That's that guy from Lochapoka, Alabama.
4 yards on the advance. Second down and 6. Here you can look at Frazier, as well as Zelly Aldridge, who was just in your screen. This Tuskegee defense, they've been stingy so far this year as well. Keller waiting in the shotgun. Hands to Frazier. Frazier moseying up near the 40-yard line. He has to get there to get the first down. And
it's right there at the sticks.
They say it's going to be a first down.
Give kudos to Frazier too, man, because he was very, very patient on that one. They're waiting for his guard to come around for a block. He picks up the block. That gives him the chance to get the extra yards.
Not only extra yards, but it seems as though Miles College is trying to take extra time off that clock, smartly winding the played clock down to use every ounce of this clock. Let's see how they play it here. 13, 12, 11, 10. They snap with 10. Play action complete to Andrews. Peterson, number 9 with the reception. Peterson down to the 41-yard line.
He was one tackle away from taking it to the house. But wait, looks like we're coming back on it.
Just when you started to get excited about that play, to be brought back.
There's no foul for an ineligible player downfield. Result of the play is first down.
Oh, they said no foul. So that's a good game. That's an 18-yard pass play.
And they're now now they're into Tuskegee territory once again. You know what happened the last time they were able to find the end zone. Can they do it again is the question.
Fresh set of downs for Miles, moving right to left. They lead it by a score of 10-6. The football resting at the 42-yard line. Frazier tries the right side, and there's going to be another flag down. And they're going to nail, I want to say Daughtry with the penalty. Unnecessary roughness, I would presume, but we'll wait.
Jeremy Dees coming up with the tackle on that play.
And if you're Miles College and you want this one, can't have those mistakes.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense, number 80, his first of the game, 15-yard penalty, second down.
It is indeed Fred Daughtry, the 5'9" senior from Tallahassee, who has a catch already in this contest. And with 5 minutes and 16 seconds, Miles College will move back.
Duane, that's one of those.
Always the second guy that they catch, as you saw there on our replay.
Absolutely. Mental mistakes. I know you're going to be in that scenario where you're going to be heated, but cool heads have to be very. You have to also be smart. When they go over film study about this tomorrow, he's going to get chewed out by Coach Shade and company.
Dante Brown got him to retaliate. Keller on a broken play. He'll stop and smartly throw the football away before being sacked. It was 2nd and 25 on that play. Now make it 3rd and long.
Keller was not in the best position, especially rolling out to his left under pressure with 3 Tuskegee guys around him. Luckily, he was able to get that ball off to where now it'll be, 3rd down, and he's not losing more yards than what happened on the previous play.
4 minutes and 51 seconds to play in the second quarter. Miles College leading it by a score of 10-6. Duane Walker along with Mo Carter. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Third and long way, 25 yards to go. They need to get to the Tuskegee 32. They tried to set up the screen, but it's unsuccessful. It'll bring up fourth down.
Absolutely. You have to go ahead and credit Jeremy Dees for snuffing that one out. Even if he was able to make that play, which would have been Frazier, Dees would have been right there to tackle him, and it still would have resulted in only a short gain.
Freshman Roderick Smith will come in to do the punting. He's from Montgomery, Alabama, standing at his own 28-yard line.
And if you coach Shade, you gotta hate that they were not able to capitalize on good field position on that drive right there.
"35 yards on that punt by Smith. As we get a look at Reginald Ruffin, a little look of concern as his squad trails it by a score of 10-6 with 4:43 to play in the half.
So where are they saying that they want people to move from? Is it this end zone?
The end zone, both of them.
Both of them, okay.
Yeah, probably both of them. But more specifically that one, because I guess that's where they're gathering. But
gotcha.
there you get a look at a capacity crowd here on the campus of Tuskegee. New artificial turf. The Golden Tigers trail Miles College by a score of 10-6. Duane Walker along with Mo Carter. Mo, what's that man in your screen thinking right now?
He's thinking that his squad is going to have to find a way to get some points on the board along with stopping the mental mistakes as well. The offense has been great in the early portions of their drives, but once they get to the red zone, they have not been able to punch it in, and they've only settled for field goals.
Well, here they go. Williams head to the left side and get tackled right where he stands. Jones on the stop along with Brundage, and they slap high fives as they celebrate.
Jones and Brundage have been the two guys making plays for Miles all season long, and obviously they know how important this drive will be for their defense.
Second down from the 26-yard line. Tuskegee Golden Tigers moving from left to right. They look at Kadarian Jones, one of our impact players we highlighted at the beginning of the game. Quadruple wide receiver set. Williams looks left, and he softly throws it. Looks like O'Neal. Let me see, get a number for sure. It is O'Neal, LaTravion O'Neal, the tight end.
And Chris Ware gave him a big blow at the end of this play hit-wise. But nonetheless, O'Neal was able to pick up the first down on that play.
Ware laying the lumber. 20-yard play. First down and 10. Williams. It's going to be complete. And they're going to mark the football at the 45-yard line. Some extracurricular activity going on along that sideline, but Meeks comes up with the reception. And this Antonio Meeks, the freshman, he is a talented young player. He was recognized nationally as a player of the week.
HBCU National Player of the Week, as a matter of fact.
A couple of touchdowns, 6 receptions. A positive game there, 8 yards, 2nd and 2. Williams to O'Neal over the middle, down to the 30. And he loses the football, and it's going to be scooped up by the Golden Bears. Chris Ware, very aware. And the Golden Bears are threatening. Chris Ware, the 6', 210-pound junior from Tyler Community College. O'Neal just got stripped of that football. As you get a look, oh, what a nice job of tackling that ball.
Absolutely. Jamarius Brown coming up with the strip, and then Ware picking up scooping it up, and then like, hey, I'm going to take it down the field as well. Great job by the defensive backs for the Miles Golden Bears. And talk about an opportunity for them to seize momentum. Right now they've got the lead, and if they get a chance to go down and score once again going into halftime, it's going to be a good situation for Coach Shade and company.
2 minutes and 37 seconds to play in the half. Jamarius Brown, we've mentioned his name a couple of times on unsportsmanlike conducts. However, you know what that tells me? That tells me he's amped, he's fired up, and he's playing aggressively. That time it played off, and Chris Ware came up with that fumble recovery.
And he's still on the sideline, really amped and pumped up.
Keller, far side to Andrews, and Andrews may have lost yardage on that play. Oh, what a combination on that play. Defensive effort by Miles College. As we get Jamarius Brown causing his first fumble of the season. And then Chris Ware coming up with his second fumble recovery of the year. Loss of 2 on that play. 2nd down and 12. Waving is Keller, firing is Keller, completing is Keller to Peterson. Peterson gets away, 40, and he drags a man. Make it 2, make it 3, still on his feet, putting on an exhibition.
Peterson keeps churning those legs, and he picks up all kinds of yardage, gets it all the way out to the midfield stripe. He would not go down on that one, Duane.
Holy Toledo. 25-yard pass play. A lot of yak where that came from, however.
At least 15, for sure.
Jalen Peterson, the sophomore from Birmingham, Alabama. 1st and 10 from the midfield stripe. 1:25 and ticking remaining in the half. Keller loads up in the pocket, steps up, and he gets away from 2, now down to the 45. 40, and he cuts in and stays in bounds down to the 33-yard line. 17-yard rush.
Great awareness by Keller, because that pocket was definitely breaking down, and he was able to not only scoot on out of it, but then pick up some solid yardage. And Miles is looking good right now on this drive.
How about Malik Moore, number 32, rustling down to the ground? Nonetheless, 1st down and 10, 34-yard line. Check that, 16 yards on that play. Frazier now with it, and he's going to be swarmed under.
They were not fooled on that one. Malik Moore and Josh McNeil coming up with the plays for Tuskegee.
.5 seconds remaining in the half, and there is a timeout on the field.
Man, but what a heck of a play by both Keller on his run, and then Peterson on the previous catch from Keller as well.
Here you can look at the Tuskegee sideline. Now we'll take a look at the SIAC standings, where you see in the East, Benedict, a perfect 9-0. And then on the West, Tuskegee, 6-0 in conference, 7-2 overall. But this news flash, just so you know, Albany State, last year's champion, although they're not playing in the championship game this year, they're still a viable candidate to reach the Division II playoffs. They're ranked 8th, and they take the top 7 teams.
Yes, sir. Albany State could find their way into the D2 postseason. It just depends on what the committee wants them to do.
Speaking of which, that championship game, the SIAC, presented by Cricket, will take place Saturday, November 12th, Tuskegee at Benedict College, and you can catch that one on ESPN3. Speaking of which, ESPN and the SIAC deal is the #1 media rights deal in Division II, which began last year. Football games across ESPN, ESPNU, and ESPN Plus, including the SIAC championship football game, which we just mentioned. And this deal runs through 2027. It also includes SIAC men's and women's basketball championship games on the ESPN networks. Second down and 10. Football floats over to the far side. Was it ruled a completion? Yes, it was. They're going to credit that catch to Bennett. So it will be third down.
And the clock is not Miles' friend right now.
No, not at all. Under 20 seconds. They're going to call a completion to Andrews. So Andrews comes up with the grab.
Nice back shoulder grab by Andrews on that play. Way to be aware as well for Keller, seeing his guy going down the field.
And now they're going to pause the clock here. He's out of bounds. Keenan dropped him off, or tackled him, I should say. And now we have a 5 wide receiver set. We see number 17 on the field. Number 17 is Jabari Bennett. Now 4 wide receiver set. Keller looking. Bennett's wide open. Let's see if they try to throw it to him. They do. He has it down to the 10. Down to the 10-yard line. Jabari Bennett, number 17, with the reception.
It's kind of a long time to actually call that timeout. Let about 3 seconds go off the play clock. Or game clock in that situation.
Mm-hmm. And there's a timeout with 2.8 seconds to play. Let's hear from Herman Wright.
Miles College, this is their third and final timeout.
All right, I think they're going to bring on the field goal unit in this situation, Duane. I mean, your field goal kicker has been money all day long.
I would take the points and take the momentum heading into the halftime. And speaking of halftime, we invite our viewers to hang around for the upcoming halftime show, which will feature 2 fabulous performances. One from the Miles Purple Marching Machine, followed by the Tuskegee Marching Crimson Pipers under the direction of Dr. J. William Nicholas. That's just around the corner in 2.8 seconds.
Yes, sir. Of course, HBCU football is always a great spectacle, but lots of people wait for the halftime show as well. And look, everybody's been on the edge of the seat with the way this game has already played out, and then the band's going to take it to a new level in 2.8 seconds.
Seems like the crowd has moved closer to the field as well.
Exactly. Like, I just looked up and I'm like, where did some of these other people come? Because I knew they were already here in droves, and then you look again, you're like, oh, there's more people and more people and more people. So not a bad seat in the house at all as you take a look at it right there on your screen.
Did you say here in drones?
In droves.
Oh, droves. I thought you said here in drones.
No, not in drones. We already had that drone problem earlier today, man.
Well, listen, hold on a second. Let's be positive here.
Okay.
A drone shot could actually help in this situation as it relates to capturing the whole vibe of the venue. So let's turn a negative into a positive.
Okay, I see where you're coming from on that one. I just don't know if that was a part of the ESPN Plus equipment.
28-yard field goal attempt by Jackson Spradlin. The snap, the hold, the kick is up. And that kick is through the uprights with half a second. Nope, now they roll the time off the clock. But that field goal is good. Well, well, and well again. We have reached halftime with our score. Miles College, 13. Tuskegee, 6. And in just a few moments, we're going to try to grab the coach and find out his thoughts on that first half of play. And Mo, I got to find out from you right quick before we get there. I'm mildly shocked.
I am as well, but at the end of the day, remember, Miles knew the importance of this game, and they wanted to spoil homecoming for Tuskegee, and right now it appears that's what they're doing. They've got 2 more quarters to make it happen officially.
And we have Coach Sam Shade with us right now. And Coach Shade, I know we talked earlier in the week during our press conference, and you spoke about how this group is a special group. They fight, they don't give up, and your guys obviously was up for the challenge in that first half.
Well, I talked to the team this week and pretty much all week about nobody knows our story. Nobody knows what all we've been through, the injuries and things like that. I mean, it's been a tough season, a lot of obstacles, guys in and out of the lineup, things like that, losing guys for the year. But they've kept fighting, and that's what we're doing today. I mean, we just came out and we just keep fighting. We're never going to give up.
And, Coach, you told me that only thing people remember is the last game that you played in, and the first half you guys are making quite an impressive. What will you tell the troops when you go inside for halftime?
Well, I mean, that's what we've been talking about. It's all about the next game. Obviously, this is a big game. It's a rivalry game, but it's always a big game. Every game's a big one because it's the next one. But this one right here, this takes us into the offseason. This sends our seniors out on a good note. So our guys are playing their butts off for them.
Coach Shea, we know you are a defensive-minded guy. Your defensive unit has held this offense to just 6 points. How impressed are you with the unit thus far?
Well, very impressed. Coach Shelling's doing a great job, our defensive coordinator, along with the rest of the staff. Defensive line, we got a couple guys back healthy. We got our number 14, Cam Sneed, back. He's been out 4 weeks. We got Zion Sharp back, defensive tackle, number 15. He's been out the last 3 weeks. So it's good to get those guys back up front. That's the strength of our defense.
All right, thanks a lot, Coach Shade, and good luck heading into the second half of play.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, there you hear from Sam Shade, former NFL football player, began his career with the Cincinnati Bengals. Well, hey, they're the Cats Meow today. As his squad leads it by 7, we'll be back with our halftime festivities after this. All right.
Fans, please turn your attention to the field for another presentation. Amazon has donated $1.2 billion to provide scholarships, create training in mechatronics, robotics.
Our halftime score, Miles College 13, Tuskegee 6.
Presenting the check for Amazon today is Tuskegee alum Leonard Spencer.
Our halftime score, Miles College 13, Tuskegee 6.
At this time, we would like to recognize Tuskegee University Athletic Hall of Fame class of 2022. Ms. Belinda Roby, women's basketball coach. Mr. Arthur Brown, class of 1969, football. Mr. John Armstrong, class of 1971, football. Mr. Thaddeus R. Smith, class of 1984, football. Mr. Reginald Harrison, class of 1984, football. Mr. Edward G. Dawson, class of 1989, football. Mr. Kenneth R. Jeffries, class of 1990, football. Mr. Cedric Pearl, class of 1992, football. Mr. Ralph S. Simpson, Jr., class of 1997 in tennis. is the Reginald J. Hollins, class of 2010, baseball. And our final inductee was Mr. Justin Hanner, 2011, football. Congratulations on our Tuskegee University Athlete Hall of Fame class of 2022. Congratulations.
Our halftime score, Miles College 13, Tuskegee 6.
Check 2-1 check. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here in Tuskegee, Alabama. Tuskegee, if you please be quiet, we have a show to do here. It's halftime here in Tuskegee, Alabama. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. The real show is about to begin now. And now, aboard of Tuskegee, the first
11 minutes, time possession.
Miles College, Monday night, the 15th president of Miles College, students, alumni, family, and friends. This is Miles College, and this is the purple marching machine.
Okay.
Let's go.
We're at 155. We're at 155 now. We average 123 a game.
Okay.
Right now. It's better. It's under the direction of Willie J. Stark Jr., the first music graduate of Miles College.
We're going to jump right into the highlight.
Brian Knowles, the assistant director of band.
Okay.
Larry McWater, associate director. We have an excellent show lined up for your entertainment purpose.
We're at halftime on the campus of Tuskegee University, where Miles College leads it by a score of 13-6 here at half. I'm Duane Walker along with Mo Carter. And Mo, what can we say about that first half of play? Simply stunning thus far.
Absolutely. The Golden Bears coming out and basically punching Tuskegee in the mouth like, hey, we want to spoil homecoming. We want to end the year with a victory. And right now, they're 2 quarters away from doing that.
Miles College has been very, very efficient. Despite trailing time of possession, Tuskegee has had the football for 19 minutes of the 30 in the first half, but Miles College being very, very efficient, very, very productive. They came in averaging only 120 yards in the pass, but so far they've surpassed that.
Absolutely, and a big difference, too, you want to take a look. Tuskegee has got the ball into the red zone multiple times, but they only have 6 points to take away. Miles has got into the red zone multiple times. They've got a touchdown with it, and that's why they have the lead right now.
We talked about that passing attack. Jacob Keller, he has thrown for 155 yards in the first half of play. Jalen Peterson, 6 receptions for 80 yards thus far in the game. They're getting it done with the football.
Yes, and you got to give kudos to Keller because obviously he's one of the many quarterbacks that's had to play this year because of next man up, and he was not rattled at all today. Tuskegee's throwing so much stuff at him. He's been able to get out the pocket, make some plays, and even throw a touchdown.
Now, Mo, you played college football. We talked about throwing the records out of the window. What is Coach Ruffin saying inside of that locker room to his troops who are expected really to run roughshod over Miles College?
Well, obviously, because this is a TV program, we're not going to say some of the things that are probably being said. Maybe not so much by Coach Ruffin, but the other coaches. But they're also telling them this, that right now they don't have the momentum. Because they don't have the momentum, they got to find a way to steal the momentum and then get the crowd back into this game. There's over 10,000 people here. They need to get them back there to become a 12th man. And if they can do that and get some more points on the board, they can pull out the victory and keep that momentum rolling into next week's conference championship game.
On the other side, we had an opportunity to talk to Coach Sam Shade for Miles College. What's his message inside that locker room, you believe?
Now, Coach Shade is basically the total opposite. Like, hey, we are doing what we called up. We are doing everything we wanted you guys to do. But at the same time, we've got 2 more quarters left to play. And they need to make the adjustments, get some more points on the board, and try to get the W to end their season on a good way because we know the season hasn't gone the way they want it. But if they get that upset victory today, it could be great going into that off season.
Well, the reason we're here because it's homecoming 2022. So many fantastic things that are going here on the campus of Tuskegee University. We talked about the new artificial field as well as some other improvements here at the stadium.
Absolutely. Of course, the artificial turf, the locker rooms, the players' lounge. They even made some updates to the shed as well. If you know anything about Tuskegee football and the student section, the shed is very, very important of the HBCU culture here on the campus of Tuskegee University.
Listen, you are watching the winningest program in HBCU football history. 706 victories. However, they find themselves trailing by 7 here at halftime. We'll be back with more halftime festivities after this. Coats on.
Of course.
So I'll do the highlights and do the stats. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely.
Want to get ahead.
Yeah, I'll definitely point out those passing yards for Miles College and then the penalties as well.
in thou pride of the swift growing south, everyone knows that there is no doubt that the Tuskegee Nation is here. On behalf of Dr. Charlotte March, Knight, President of Tuskegee University, Board of Trustees, the entire faculty staff, student body, alumni, and friends, those who have come from far and near, happy homecoming, Tuskegee.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. Duane Walker along with Mo Carter. You're watching Tuskegee Homecoming 2022 with our score Miles College 13, Tuskegee 6. And partner, we had a boatload of highlights in that first half as the teams go nick and tuck. Let's take a look. It was a field goal fest to begin, but first, how about Petty with the reception as Tuskegee got their offense going early. Williams with a lot of play action, a lot of running, a lot of targeting as well. As we get a look at McGee on that reception. And there's a 36-yard field goal by Arnez Huskic to make the score 3-0. Jackson Spradlin answers back with a 51-yard field goal, which ties his career high to knot the score at 3-3. Tuskegee will answer back. Williams with the quarterback keeper with a 20-yard gain, his largest of the season. Arnez Huskic capitalizes on a 26-yard field goal to make the score 6-3. But Jacob Keller and this Miles College offense, although they got stunted on that particular play, they weren't thwarted. Jamichael Rogers, easy for you to say, with the quarterback sack, his 6th of the year. Keller connects with Andrews streaking across and scoring that touchdown from 24 yards out, and he celebrates the backflip to boot. Tuskegee, they fumble the football. Chris Ware comes up with it. And thanks to Jackson Spradlin, he adds a 28-yard field goal to make the score 13-6, and that's where we stand as we take a look at our halftime stats. Bo Carter.
All right, two things that definitely stand out. One, Miles, look at the pass yards. They have actually struggled this year in their passing attack. So the fact that they have 155 passing yards at the half compared to Tuskegee's 102 is huge. Now, another thing you and I have kept an eye on is the amount of penalties that have been going against both Tuskegee and Miles. Yes, we do know this is a rivalry game. Things are going to get a little chippy, but we've also seen some penalties wipe out some big plays. Look for both coaches to talk about that particular thing in the locker room and try to change it up during halftime to come out in the third quarter where they make their adjustments.
A couple of stats that are not on there. Time of possession, we'll talk about that when we come back after the break. You're watching Tuskegee Homecoming 2022. We'll be back with more after this.
Next year, okay. I knew they had renewed it. I just couldn't remember what year it was.
Crimson Pipers, right where they want to be, at homecoming in Tuskegee, jamming out just for you, the super freaky girl. Let me clear my throat, swerve, and say aye, aye, aye. Come on, Piper Nation, give it up. Let me clear my throat.
Somebody else is in the top 10 rankings. Get it right here.
Let me hear you say, aye, aye, aye.
And welcome back, everybody. Our halftime score, Miles College leading it 13-6 over Tuskegee. Although this one has been decided as far as the SIAC championship game is concerned, our two combatants will be Benedict College representing the East. Tuskegee will represent the West. But you threw the records out of the window for this particular contest, Bo.
Absolutely. You know, these two long-time rivals, you know, they know each other quite well. Obviously, one coach used to coach the other team, and at the end of the day, you got to throw them out of water because at the end of the day, you got to get the W, man. Got to get the W.
And speaking of W's, this 2022 season has been one of the closest I can recall, you know, as far as like teams doing very well as we get a look at the standings. And we'll begin on the East, where Benedict College undefeated at 9-0. And on the Division II Box Toro coaches poll, they come in at number 1. Number 2, not on the screen, there is Albany State. They're tied for second in the SIAC East as well in the Division II poll. So they're still lurking nearby, even though they will not represent the East in the championship game. Fort Valley, they're 7-2 overall. They are ranked 7 on the Box Toro Division II poll. So, so it's really, really close, nip and tuck. And then on the West, we've got Tuskegee heading things up. And speaking of Tuskegee, let's head down to the sidelines with Reginald Ruffin. Coach Ruffin, you want me to call you an athletic director at this point or the head coach? I know you're doing dual roles right now. What were your thoughts on that first half of action?
You know, it's a rivalry football game. You know, anytime you have a Miles College and a Tuskegee University in-state rivals, you know, it's tough. So it was going to be a slobber knocker. We knew that. You know, the only distraction for me is this homecoming, and our guys kind of been celebrating all week. So we got to get them to slow down, kind of get them to focus on this second half and come back out second half and play better football.
Okay, and before we go back to the second half, Coach, let's talk about the festivities here on Homecoming Weekend 2022. Simply outstanding, if you ask me. The crowd is out here. The festivities have been on point. Surely you're extremely proud and happy about that.
You know, it's Tuskegee. We the standard. It's good for us to have the new field. You know, the shell, the new locker rooms in the end zone and the student section. So it's good for Tuskegee. It's good for our retention, good for our recruitment, good for our athletic program. You know, when you go 700 wins is a lot of wins, and we get a chance to keep doing the things that it takes for us to bring great talent into this program.
And, Coach, you have definitely had that. We want to thank you for being our halftime guest, and good luck in the second half of play.
Thank you.
All right, there you heard from the head coach and the athletic director, Reginald Ruffin. We'll be back with our third quarter with our score, Miles 13, Tuskegee 6. Stay with us.
Cool. The man is under the outstanding direction of Dr. William Nichols. assisted by a most capable staff.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Your announcer.
I looked in the corner, I saw like 2 minutes. I'm like, oh, if we're going to get like maybe 2 questions out.
So until next time, happy homecoming. Ladies and gentlemen,
I was there for that game.
ladies and gentlemen, we are to recognize the 2022-2023 Mr. Tuskegee and Miss Tuskegee University.
And welcome back, everybody. Duane Walker along with Mo Carter. There you see our halftime score. Miles College leading by a score of 13-6. Let's go around the SIAC. Benedict, who we mentioned earlier, will represent the East in the championship game. They're all over Allen 40-7 in the third quarter. Kentucky State, who had an opportunity to win the West, but they lost last week to Tuskegee. They're ahead of Central State 28-21. Albany State keeping their postseason hopes alive with a 10-point goal over Fort Valley State. Morehouse over Clark Atlanta in the Battle of CAU at the half 7-3, and Lane and Savannah State coming up a little bit later today. Anything pop out at you, partner, on that, Mo?
So obviously the Albany State Fort Valley State game, which is not far away from here. I'm pretty sure they've got a crowd that's similar to that, but seeing that score kind of shocks me a little bit. I was not shocked about the Benedict score. I had a feeling that Coach Barry was going to try to build a big lead, and he's probably got his starters out now, getting some young guys, getting some of that reps, because they've got a big game against Tuskegee next week at home.
All right, second half action just moments away. Arnez Huskic set to kick the football off. Jalen Peterson and Aaron Frazier back deep for Miles College. Huskic approaches the football, and there she blows. Blows right into the end zone. And Miles will start their drive. 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line.
Man, the kickers, they have been on point today, Duane. I think we've only seen maybe 1 or 2 returns so far throughout this contest. They've been booting these kicks into the back of the end zone.
Jacob Keller, your starter in the second half. Starting the first half as well. Pass for 155 yards. That's 35 yards over the team's per game average. They only come in averaging 120 yards through the air.
Were not able to be announced at this present time because of the auspicious number by the Purple Machine.
All right, here we go.
Boy, these announcers they make are something else. And that's all I'm going to comment on when it comes to that.
Keller, throw over to Daughtry up to the 36-yard line. He says he has it. They're going to mark it at the 35. They're going to move the chain, so it's a 1st down and 10 after the 10-yard pickup. There you get a look at Daughtry in your screen. Had a couple of catches in that first half.
Miles College picking up where they left off at the end of the first half, moving the sticks with the passing game.
Football resting at the 35-yard line. On the move, speed, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40. down to the 35-yard line. So he goes from one 35 to the other 35. That's 30 yards in my book. 30-yard carry, his longest of his career.
Absolutely, and speed, showing the speed as well. I mean, he kind of looks like a fullback, but then he just busted out, looked like a tailback, going right up the gut and picking up some great yards for the Golden Bears.
They're going to mark that one at the 39-yard line, so check that. That'll be a 26-yard carry, still longest of his career. Frazier will try the left-hand side and be bumped out of bounds.
He tried to bounce it out as far as he could, but there was no room along that sideline on that one.
Zelly Aldridge, number 20, made sure he couldn't turn it up. Aldridge is from North Alabama. He transferred in. Speaking of the transfer portal, there were a number of players that came into Tuskegee from the transfer portal. We'll talk about that as Frazier with the ball, 25, 24-yard line. Close to a first down. Let's see if they move him. Yes, that's going to be enough for a first down. So 10 yards on that carry by Frazier.
I really like what this Golden Bears offense is doing right now. I mean, they are literally running the ball down Tuskegee's throat. They really haven't passed as much as they did in the first half, and they're finding success.
27 yards gained on the ground in the first half. So as you mentioned, they're really picking it up in this second half. Peel off another 5 yards right there. And that looks close to a first down. Second and short.
You gotta love these second and shorts.
Gives you a lot of options with the playbook. Frazier up the gut, and this time he's going to be met with some resistance.
Big number 98, Terrence Mays from out of Detroit, Michigan. He was just waiting on Frazier on that one and said, no dice, you're not going any further past me, young fellow.
Here, look at head coach Sam Shade, who, by the way, was a defensive back in the National Football League, came in with the Cincinnati Bengals. He, along with his defensive coordinator, and we'll get into that in just a little bit, as Jacob Heller up under center now. Is he really under center? That's a rarity, Mo, in today's game. Speed up the gut. And he will barrel ahead near the first down. Let's see if they move the chains. Yes, they're telling them to keep it moving. So Miles College, they are methodically taking the football down the field.
And as I mentioned, like in the first half, I really was wondering, were they going to come out and run triple option? Because they had two wing back, slot back type guys there before they went ahead and just went with the midline handoff. But still picked up the first down, and they're moving the chains. And that Tuskegee staff has got to be wondering what is going on, and our guys need to make some stops right now.
They place the football at the 14-yard line. Keller looking to the end zone for Peterson. Peterson goes up, but he does not come down with the football. It's an incomplete pass. Great coverage by Livingstone on the play.
Peterson definitely had it in his arm, but Livingstone makes that last grasp to pull it away. Good play by the Tuskegee defensive back.
Livingstone is out of the portal. He's a transfer from San Jose State. When you look at this defensive secondary, there are a number of players with Tuskegee out of that portal. We mentioned Zelly Aldridge out of North Alabama. And we'll head to break. Let's take this time out with Miles College leading Tuskegee by a score of 13-6.
Keep your eyes on the horizon 100% of the time. You are a success story in the making. You are ready to take on the world.
You are ready for this.
You will get there from here. And you can't wait to get started. And as proud supporters of HBCUs around the country, we can't wait to see how far you go.
Since 1837, historically black colleges and universities have been fulfilling their purpose to educate and empower. Since 2009, the Home Depot's Retool Your School Campus Improvement Grant Program has also been powered by a purpose to update, upgrade, and uplift HBCU campuses. Today, 44 million votes, $4.1 million, and 147 grants later, we remain inspired by the people, the passion, and the power of HBCUs to continue our purpose. Learn more at retoolyourschools.com.
Yo, new Sprite? Nah, same Sprite, new bottle. It's kinda like same floater, new heights.
Same jam, new style points.
Same pregame, new drip.
Same spokes, new person.
Same ice, new tray. That's cold.
New bottle, same refreshing Sprite.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
Sam Shade and his Miles College Golden Bears hanging tough. They lead it by a score of 13-6 over Tuskegee. Duane Walker along with Mo Carter. Miles with the football. First down and 10 at the 14-yard line. Keller with two backs with him. He'll toss it near side to Frazier. Frazier tries to hurdle a man, and there's going to be a penalty call. And we see flags as we see Denton.
I think everybody that had a flag threw a flag on this play.
Deontay Brown.
On the tackle for the Golden Tigers, Deontay Brown.
And look, see what the call is as Reginald Ruffin looks on. 11 minutes and 19 seconds remaining.
Offense, number 7, 10-yard penalty, made second down.
So they're going to call a hold against Shafton Reese, the second. And again, if you're Miles College, you can ill afford to make these mistakes.
Not at all. As we mentioned during halftime, like the amount of penalties that have gone against both of these teams, this is not the time of the drive to be having any sort of penalty, especially if you're Miles and you're building momentum and trying to add to your lead right now.
And there you can look at Coach Shade. We talked about some of the challenges he's had this year with injuries. He talked about Cameron Sneed returning to the lineup. He was suffering with a dislocated elbow. Here's Keller, optioning right. Will he pass it? Yes, he will to Andrews. Andrews a little stop and go, and now he'll be chased out of bounds by Livingstone.
Got to give credit to the Tuskegee DBs for not biting on that one. And really, after that play, Keller was like, okay, either I'm going to fall or I'm going to throw it. So he decided to go ahead and throw it, hoping this guy could pick up, another yard or two. But really nothing doing on that play. 3rd and long now coming up.
Miles College needs to get to the 5-yard line. Make that the 4-yard line to reach first down territory. Now they'll take a gander over to the sideline to get the play from their offensive coordinator, Jamal Fobbs. They hand the football up to Speed, trying the left side. Nothing doing. Nothing doing at all. As we get Isaac Bowman. Isaac Bonham, 6'2", sophomore out of Bruton, Alabama.
Guess where he used to play?
Yeah, at Miles.
Miles College.
Miles, yeah.
Another one of the many Miles College transfers that made their way here to Tuskegee to play under Coach Reginald Ruffin for as a grad.
I don't know if it was many miles. It's not that far away from here, is it?
You can make it.
47-yard field goal attempt by Jackson Spradlin. Forthcoming. The kick is on the way. And the kick is wide to the left-hand side. So Tuskegee will take over the football 1st and 10 when we come back. They trail by 7.
flag football alumni who passed away since homecoming 2021 and 2022 Tuskegee Golden Tigers scholarship recipients. Golden Ball is being remembered today with the Cleveland Gibson Jr. TUA Hall of Fame 2013 class and Chester Martin Jr. XSCAT honors to Golden Tigers football alumni with the Tuskegee Golden Tigers Memorial Football Scholarship, which are awarded annually to current Golden Tigers football players. The recipient of the 2022 scholarship was Salem Johnson, sophomore, redshirt junior Bryson Williams. Rest in peace, Golden Tigers. Golden Boys, congratulations to the scholarship recipients. Thank you.
Duane, at some point, I'll make mention that how both coaches are national championship former national championship players. Shea being at Bama and Reggie being at UNA.
Welcome back, everybody. Miles College ahead 13-6 over Tuskegee. As you can look at some of our fans here representing Tuskegee. The Golden Tigers, however, they need to find some offense, trying to turn things around. They have the football first down and 10 at the 31-yard line, moving left to right. Webb comes in motion, right to left. Waiting for the snap is Williams. Williams fakes to Andrews and throws over to Petty. Petty loses the football, but they're going to say he was down on the ground. Was Edwards. So that's going to be a 15-yard pass play. It'll go in the books. From the 31 up to the 46-yard line where they mark it.
Yeah, typical play of the ground cannot cause a fumble.
Yeah, it looked like that football came out before he was actually down, because he kind of rolled. The football hit the ground, and then he rolled over. Nonetheless, new set of downs for Tuskegee. And let's take a look. It's Petty right there. Back to the action. Far side is complete to Meeks. No, correction, that wasn't Meeks. That was number 13, Harvey. Guess where he transferred from?
I don't know, maybe Miles College?
Miles College. If it seems like a lot, they had 6 players transfer over. Isaac Bonham, Deontay Brown, Dante Edwards, DeAndre Harvey, Josh McNeil, and the coach's son, Gabriel Ruffin. Those were the 6 that transferred over, in case you were wondering. First down and 10 at the 38 of Miles. Edwards looking for a crease. Can't really find one, and he's going to be gang tackled after a minimal gain.
Jeremiah Summerall for Miles College, the first Golden Bear to make contact and basically take him down in that scrum.
Xavier Freelo out of Griffin, Georgia. He's a senior, Griffin High School. Also in your screen, linebacker Jeremiah Summerall. That pass. Oh, that's a turnover. That is a turnover down at the 20-yard line. Is that Brown? No, Jarius Grayson. Whoa. So a costly turnover for the Crimson.
Williams tried to put it in there on the quick slant, and obviously Grayson just hopped in there and roped it away, wrangled it out of the hands of the Tuskegee wide receiver.
He wanted it more. Antonio Meeks has that football stripped away. Meeks, the freshman out of Lilburn, Georgia. But Jarius Grayson says, hey, it's all about me right now. Costly turnover. First down and 10 for Miles, moving right to left. At their own 22-yard line. Keller in the pocket. He'll roll the pocket to the right, looking downfield, and he'll smartly throw the football out of bounds. There are 7 minutes and 37 seconds remaining in this third quarter. And it is quiet, or subdued, I should say. And consider this as supplied by A.A. Moore and Jordan Benson also being here, the SID here at Tuskegee. I want to thank both of those men for helping us out. And while I'm thinking about it, happy birthday to Milani Jones, a Tuskegee fan. It's homecoming weekend 2022. And how about this for a stat, partner?
You know I love trivia, so what you got?
You like trivia? Here we go. So I got to get this organized in my brain. Tuskegee coach Reginald Ruffin has participated in 20 homecoming games in his career between the two schools.
Right.
How many do you think he's won? That he's been a part of?
20. So I'm going to say maybe
19. He's 19 for 20. He's batting 95%. And we have a sack right there on the play as Keller goes down. And it'll be helped up by Daughtry. He might be a little bit gimped up. Look at his left arm as they provide that pressure.
Yeah, he went straight down on that left arm right there.
He's agonizing. He'll take a seat right now, trying to hide from our sight and try to recoup himself.
That was a big stop and drive on that drive right there for Tuskegee, especially since they couldn't come away with any points on an offensive drive that was going quite well.
Roderick Smith booting that football. It's going to be marked at the 27-yard line. That's a 42-yard punt. So nice job by Roderick Smith getting the football down the field. So Williams steps out. Bryson Williams, the junior quarterback out of Lithonia, Georgia, with a little pep in his step. And I look for Tuskegee to respond with a score of some sort on this drive. It's getting pivotal right now.
Oh, absolutely. Especially you want them to respond with a score. You also want them to not think about the fact that you had a good drive going and then all of a sudden you turn the ball over. Let's stop it.
You weren't seeing double there. You saw the Spradlin brothers. One's a punter, one's a kicker. Jackson and Brady. There you get a look at the young men from Dora High School in Alabama, recruited by Reginald Ruffin.
Right, and just to let you know, Dora's mascot is not the Explorers.
I caught that. That was good. That was good, Mo. That was good. All right, how about this one for a trivia question?
Okay.
All right. So as Paul Carney, the legendary PA voice here at Tuskegee, sits to my left, the Spradlin's dad actually does the PA announcing for Miles College.
Wow, okay.
How about that for a little trivia?
Oh, that was great, man. I mean, how cool is it to have your dad call your name when you make some plays?
Williams throws in the far side flank. Unfortunately, Taylor could not hold on to the football. And it'll bring forth a third down.
Would have been a tough catch for Taylor to make in that situation. I don't think he would have picked up at no more than a yard or two because 2 Miles defenders were literally right there to grasp him if he made that catch.
Jarius Grayson on the scene for Miles College. Got to tell you, the longer this game goes on like this, the more challenging it's going to get. Quadruple wide receiver set. Taylor in the backfield. Keith motion. There's another flag down, and Williams is going to be dumped. Well. They are all, I got to tell you, Miles College, they are playing some inspired football right now. And Javante Cooper, he's celebrating because that's his first sack of the season.
What a time to get your first sack for sure.
Herman Wright will explain what's going on.
There are fouls by both teams. Illegal motion, offense. Personal foul, hands to the face, defense. No penalties offset, remains third down.
All right, so you heard what Herman Wright said. The penalty's offset, so we'll basically redo this thing.
So that play basically just doesn't exist in the stat book anymore now.
There you look at Reginald Ruffin, who's also the athletic director here at Tuskegee. He will step down after this season to be the full-time AD. He's the full-time AD now. He just will be relinquishing his head coaching duties. And we'll let you know who he's the coach in waiting is. And speaking of waiting, that's a quarterback sack. That's Jones. Kadarian Jones, who we featured during the impact. It's one of our impact players, Mo.
Absolutely. Kadarian Jones has been a guy that's been making plays all year long. And once again, he made one right here to basically put an end to a promising Tuskegee drive. And he's a Bayou boy. He's from my neck of the woods, Donaldsonville, Louisiana.
All right. This is going to be a punting situation. Jarius Grayson steps out. Oh, that's a squibbler. That did not bode well, and there's yet another flag down. So let's see what the call is with the flag. But that punt was not a very good one by Duff. But they're saying that the penalty is going to be against Miles College. And unless it's an unsportsmanlike or a major penalty, if you will, not sure they'll have the first down, enough for the first down, since it was 4th down and 9. Or 4th and 10, excuse me. So they're going to talk about it. And while they do that, you look at Sam Shade on the other side. And when we talked to him, we talked about the rash of injuries. They began the year without their #1 running back.
Quarterback.
A couple of his receivers gone. Claude Duell gone. Starting quarterback gone. Cameron Sneed was gone. Zion Sharp had injuries. He was out. Zarius Keys. I mean, I can go on and on.
Institution.
But still finding a way to hang in here today. All right, there's a timeout on the field. Let's take this timeout too. Miles enjoying a 7-point ball with 4:43 to play in the 3rd quarter.
When you're part of something bigger than yourself, it feels like all you ever do is win, win, win. And when that something is an HBCU, you know you can't help but win, win, win. So, as proud supporters of HBCU programs, we just can't lose.
Join the HBCU family. you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
Taking a look at Tuskegee head coach and athletic director Reginald Ruffin. In case you didn't know, Coach Ruffin was recruited by Willie Slater out of high school and ended up playing at North Alabama, where he was a three-time Division II national champion, 93, 94, and 95, Mo.
Absolutely. He played under the legendary Bobby Wallace. But let's also not forget that the head coach on the other side of the field is a national champion as well in Sam Shade, part of that 92 Alabama national championship team that beat Miami in the Superdome.
You sound like you were there.
I was not there, but I was back in Louisiana watching it on TV.
Okay, like everybody else. All right. They placed the football at the 41-yard line after that 2-yard run. Football at the 41-yard line, second down and 8. Quadruple wide receiver set. Keller is being chased. He'll flick the ball up to Frazier up near the 45-yard line. We'll hand him 4 yards on that. And it'll bring forth a third down and 4.
Smart play by Keller on that one. I mean, he literally was running out of real estate and just flipping across the middle. This guy was right there to make a good play, pick up some positive yards. And now, crucial third down coming up.
Third down and 4 for the Miles Golden Bears.
It's Miles College Golden Bears coming to this one on third down. 39 of 138 coming in, 28.6%. They were 2 of 5 in the first half. That pass is intercepted! Intercepted by Tuskegee. Coming back the other way, Petaway. Petaway running like a runaway train. Down to the 13-yard line. That, my friends, is what the doctor ordered. At least for the Tuskegee Golden Tigers, anyway.
Absolutely. Petaway just jumping in front of the play that Miles has been running all game long. They've been running these shallow posts and quick slants all day. And I'm guessing Petaway was like, I'm tired of these guys getting balls completed in front of me. So he decides to step in front of it and take it the other way. Wanted to make a house call, but it's okay. They're inside the red zone trying to punch it in and change the momentum in this contest.
Big play there. Football is at the 15-yard line. 37 yards on that interception return as they give it to Tarian Taylor. And he's going to be run roughshod in the middle of that Miles College defensive front.
You know, that's one thing today, Duane. They really have not got Tarian Taylor going. They really have not. Like, he really has not been able to, like, get away and make those big plays like he's been able to do throughout the season, especially on this win streak that they're on.
Tarian Taylor, he was the National Division II Offensive Player of the Week when he ran for in excess of 200 yards in the game. He's had 2 such games over 200 yards so far this season. Taylor finds the left side, heading towards the end zone. He's going to score a touchdown. 13-yard run by Tarian Taylor, the senior.
I guess he must have been listening to me saying that he had really not been making big plays in this game. And what does he do? He turns around, he bounces it outside, and then walks into the end zone from 13 yards out. We got a brand new ball game here at Abbott Memorial Stadium.
For Taylor, that's his 8th touchdown on the campaign. Hoots gets with the extra point, and that kick is through the uprights. So with 2 minutes and 31 seconds to play in the third quarter, Tuskegee retakes the lead, and it was set up partially by this interception return by Petaway. A 37-yard return by Petaway, and then Tarian Taylor heads in for that extra point, for that touchdown.
Looks like there was a false start on the extra point try, so we're still at a 1-point game right now. They've got a re-kick, Duane.
Okay.
So bag them up 5 more yards. Crucial extra point coming up.
They get a look at Torian Taylor. The score temporarily knotted at 13. And that field goal is up. Extra point is up, excuse me. And it's good. And we're tied at 13. Well, this has turned into a barn burner, partner, as we've gone back and forth. Tuskegee started it off 3-0, 36-yard field goal. Miles answered back with one of their own to tie the score at 3-3. Kuskic gave Tuskegee a 6-3 lead thanks to a 26-yarder. Miles would then take the lead with a touchdown pass. Keller to Andrews covering 24 yards to make the score 10-6. A 28-yard Jackson Spradlin field goal made the score 13-6. That's how the half ended. And then Torian Taylor answers back with 2 minutes and 31 seconds to play in the third stanza, scoring from 13 yards out. With the extra point, the score is knotted at 13.
Now, here's another thing, Duane. Remember I said that the crowd was not so much dead, but they were kind of out of it? Well, that touchdown has now changed it. You hear Ball and Parlay in the background being played by the band, and these Tuskegee fans are back in this contest as they are supporting their Golden Tigers to hopefully get a win today.
Arnaz Huskic boots that football into the end zone. One other thing I want to comment about, this season, in the 22 SIAC season, throughout the league, I've seen more touchbacks and kicks into the end zone than I ever had. And that's a compliment to the SIAC and all the programs of really picking up that part of special teams.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, obviously, kickers are a very, very important part of the football program, and kudos to all the SIAC coaches for putting a lot of time and effort in their recruiting manners to go ahead and get some solid kickers.
All right, here we go. 13-13, 2:31 to play in the third. Keller to Frazier. Frazier's up the gut, 35, cuts back, and it'll be stopped at the 40-yard line, but not before a 15-yard rush.
After that touchdown, I was wondering how Miles was going to respond, and that is a great way to do it. 15 yards by Frazier up the gut.
Frazier, as we mentioned, coming in, only 44 carries on the year for 166 yards. No touchdowns. But he's making an impact so far in this one. Frazier sidestepped the carrier. Sidestepped the defender, pardon me. And may have gotten back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he got by one guy, but he could not get by Vincent Hill, who's been making plays all season long and once again making plays like this to help out the Tuskegee defense.
Frazier gimping off to the sideline, so Speed will replace him. Blake Speed, the 5'9" redshirt freshman from Olive Branch, Mississippi. Keller looking, still looking, and he'll be brought down. Quarterback sack. Jeremy Dees, the transfer out of Kennesaw State. He's been with the program for a couple years now, but he has been outstanding.
Yes, you talk about a situation where you want to take away momentum if you're Tuskegee, and that's exactly what they just did with that sack on the play.
Jeremy Dees recording his third sack of the campaign, 8 tackles for loss. That undoubtedly was the biggest play of the season for him.
Such a crucial time, too.
So, third down and long. Let's see how Miles College will play it. Quadruple wide receiver set. They'll throw the screen, the speed. Speed, 35. He's going to be dragged down from behind. The big fella making his presence felt, Isaiah Turner. The big defensive lineman. Number 99.
Yeah. Actually, it was 95 on that one. Jaquan Hicks.
Oh, my bad.
No worries. No worries. No worries. At the end of the
day,
still.
Paul Kearney looked at me twice. He double take, looked at me like, man, is you crazy?
At the end of the day, still a big stop for the Tuskegee Golden Tigers.
Fourth down. That's a boomer.
What a
And
punt.
it's going to be muffed. And it's going to be muffed out of bounds. Whoa, that could have been disastrous.
Tuskegee got very lucky on that play, and we're getting a little chippy.
So they're going to mark it at the 14-yard line as Tuskegee has come back to tie the score at the end of 3. I got 52 yards on that punt. I got 52 yards on that punt.
Back to the field as we recognize another outstanding donation. The Gamma Epsilon Alumni Association of Kappa Alpha Psi have donated $250,000 to their endowment, which benefits young men attending Tuskegee University. President Eddie Berry, Mr. Sam Seeley, Mr. Greg Pike, and Trustee Henry W. Davis. Thank you, Kappa Alpha Psi. Thank you.
Smith. It ended up being a 57-yarder. Is that his career long?
Yeah, I didn't do this. No. We had one from one for 147. Back live in Tuskegee, Alabama. It's homecoming for the Golden Tigers. They locked down 13-13 against the Miles Golden Bears. We have a TV timeout, and again, while we have this TV timeout, we want to thank all of our
There you're going to look at the band for Miles College, Purple Machine. How about this boot by the punter, Roderick Smith? It goes in the books, folks, as a 56-yard punt. And in case you're wondering, his career long is 70 yards. Not bad for the freshman from Montgomery, Alabama. Edwards will pound the football up the middle on that first down carry from the 11-yard line. He will gain the 17-yard line. Call it +6, 2nd and 4.
Look, going back to that previous point, you talk about the perfect opportunity to flip the field. That's exactly what it was. And Tuskegee got lucky that the ball went out of bounds. If Miles recovers that, we're looking at the Golden Bears with great field position to try to punch it in.
Dante Edwards has rushed for over 600 yards this season, and he has scored 5 touchdowns on the campaign, averaging 4.3 yards per carry. 6 on that last one. 2nd down and 4 from the 17-yard line. Edwards will carry the football again. He has a personal advantage, 25-30, 35-40, still on his feet, 45-50, and he's going to be dragged down from behind. Had it not been for Jamarius Brown, Edwards would have gone the distance. Nonetheless, it's going to go in the books as a 35-yard carry.
Edwards with the huge Derrick Henry's type stiff arm over the safety as he was busting into the defensive backfield. Huge play for the Tuskegee Golden Tigers as they get into Golden Bears territory.
It'll be a
34 yards scamper by Dante Edwards.
And I believe they're going to ask for the bands to stop playing right now. Herman Wright, our Whitecap, is trying to ask the bands to stop playing. And then as I look at the clouds, hopefully there's not going to be a lightning strike.
Hopefully not.
And we have another drone.
Oh, goodness.
So for the second time in this game, a drone is on the scene.
Another drone in the air, please, Lord.
And they're going to place the football at the 49-yard line. So that last carry by Edwards will go as a 34-yard jaunt, not a 35-yarder. So you wonder why they would stop play for a drone. Because it's in the air, you actually need a license, and you can't fly over this many people.
Correct. I do know that. And the reason why I know about that, because I know several bands that actually have drones in their possession. They have had to get licenses to actually go ahead and do that.
Right. And don't get me wrong, it can serve a purpose, like to show the scene set.
Show you how good of a crowd there is today, too.
Yeah, and to record, for historical purposes. But as it pertains to the flow of the game, you got to recognize that and at least be a team player. If you're going to get your shot, shoot your shot, and get on about your business.
Correct.
So there is a stoppage in play, and while they do it, let's do a little set here. Both of these teams come in with the hopes of winning this homecoming affair. Tuskegee 7-2 on the year. They lost their first two games of the year and came storming back with 7 straight victories. Meanwhile, on the other side, Miles College has struggled through a 1-8 season, and they picked up their first victory, the 4th game of the year, against Central State. So it has been tough sledding as far as the transition from Reginald Ruffin to Sam Shade. But keep in mind, this is Coach Shade's first year. And it does take time when you come to a new situation. And under the circumstances, I'm sure the Miles College contingent will be quite pleased with how they are ending the season here on this note, on homecoming.
Agreed. Miles College is definitely still in the process of trying to spoil homecoming for Tuskegee, especially with one more game left for the Golden Tigers as they prep for the SIAC championship.
Here you can look at Herman Wright, the Whitecap today.
He has been
showing
very
showing extraordinary patience, I might add.
Yes, sir.
And back to Tuskegee University and today's festivities. We talked about there being a new turf. Reginald Ruffin, he has visions of leading this program perhaps to the Division I level one day. He wants people, when they come down that hill, to have an amazing experience. And probably most importantly, he wants his coaches, assistants, and all his players to have proper resources. Back to the action on a first down run. Very little on that carry. And partner, I wouldn't be surprised as Taylor throws that football back to the official. I wouldn't be surprised if things get even more physical as we go down the stretch here with a minute and a half gone in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely. These two teams now, they know for sure what's ahead of them and what's at stake with less than a quarter really left to play. Jawan Bryant stepping into the hole and making that huge tackle to not let Mr. Taylor get by.
Torian Taylor has run for over 1,500 yards in his career. They're going to go for the downs. Looking for Meeks. Meeks has it. 5, 4, 3, 2. Touchdown. Antonio Meeks. 49-yard strike. But let's hold the phone. And it rings not so good for Tuskegee. But we'll have to wait for the official call from Herman Wright. Here we go.
Holding, offense, number 68, 10-yard penalty, remains second down.
All right, so they call a holding penalty against Tuskegee, which nullifies a 49-yard touchdown. And they'll march all the way back. Jalen Franks, the sophomore, being called for the hold. He held Zion Sharp from behind to stop the play. But I would not be surprised. No, correction. I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to the well, but you'll see the safety is now doubled up. They're topsiding Antonio Meeks on the left-hand side.
Absolutely. And here's one interesting too, Duane, is that at first I didn't even think they were going to Meeks. There was another wide receiver streaking down the sidelines wide open as well. And then all of a sudden you just saw Meeks get past his guy.
2nd and 20. He's going to go with the wheel again. He throws it up, and it's going to be, does Sawyer have it? Sawyer does! James Sawyer comes up with the INT for Miles College. James Sawyer Jr., first interception of the year for him, but a big one nonetheless.
Absolutely. What a perfect time for him to get his first INT of the year. You take a look at it right here. He was reading the quarterback the entire time, and then the best thing about it, he doesn't let the ball come down to him. He high points the ball and goes after that ball. That's what DB coaches teach their DBs to do instead of waiting for the ball to come down. He gets the INT, and talk about a huge play to shift momentum to go back into the favor of the Golden Bears.
They have it at the 21. Moving left to right. Keller waiting in the pocket. There you can look at Williams on the sideline. Frazier will try the left side of the line of scrimmage, and he'll be rustled down to the ground.
Duane, how big was that holding penalty just 2 plays ago?
Huge. Huge. Aldridge on that tackle for Tuskegee.
Tackle for the Golden Tigers, number 32.
2nd down coming up from the 23-yard line. Tie score with exactly 12 minutes to play in the 4th frame. Duane Walker along with Mo Carter. Hope you're enjoying it. Keller under pressure, and they've got him. May not go down as a sack because he may have gotten just back to the line of scrimmage. There's that guy again, Jeremy Dees, the defensive end.
Jeremy Dees definitely had his name called many times today. I mean, I actually thought for sure that Keller was going to go ahead and step up, and he's got a little alley to run away, but see, he gets tripped up right there at the end by Dees to stop that play.
Dees has 9 tackle for losses on the campaign. Here we go. 3rd down and 11. Keller being chased again. I saw a helmet come off. Keller keeps the football and run out of bounds at the 21-yard line. And there's another flag down.
Laundry fest today, Duane.
Yeah, it is.
Hope you got your quarters if you go into the laundromat.
Michael Goss had his helmet come off, and he will run to the sideline, but depending who it's on.
Hold it. Offense, number 79. That penalty declined.
They did call it on Michael Goss. And decline that penalty, and it'll bring up a 4th down.
So after the interception by the Tuskegee offense, the Tuskegee defense steps up and basically gets the Golden Bears to go 3 and out, along with some other penalties too, to get them the ball back.
Roderick Smith will do the punting. Looks like King back there. And he has it at the 39-yard line. It'll go down as, it'll mark it at the 40-yard line. It'll go down as a 34-yard punt. 13-13 the score, 10 minutes and 47 seconds to play. It's the last regular season game for both of these teams. However, Tuskegee will play in the championship game on Saturday, November 12th against Benedict College. And then if you fast forward to 2023, they will play in late November when they resume, I should say, the Turkey Classic.
Yes, sir. The Turkey Day Classic against another longtime arch rival in Alabama State. These two teams played for a long, long time on Turkey Day, got away from it for a little bit, then they played on Labor Day, then they played on Turkey Day again, got away from it, about to do it once again starting next year. You talk about one of the best HBCU traditions ever. Turkey Day Classic between ASU and Tuskegee has definitely been up there in the top 10.
There you can look at Dante Edwards, who pushed that football for 4 yards. He'll get the carry one more time, but this time they have him corralled up. And that's going to be the freshman Dowdell, number 48, Rock Dowdell, 6'3", 220 pounds, out of Alabama. He is a true freshman.
It's another one of those guys that Coach Sam Shade said that they needed to go to the well and just find the next man up. And they've got a lot of young guys playing this year because of injuries. So the future is definitely bright for this Golden Bears team when it comes to experience.
They're going to call that a loss of 1 on that carry by Edwards. 3rd down and 7. Williams, he's in the pocket. Lost it over the middle, and it's dropped. Webb, oh my. You hear a sigh of disbelief as Kenyon Webb dropped that football. Nice job by Williams of tethering the football over the linebacker, Brundage, to try to make that connection.
Perfect placement of the ball by Bryson Williams. And I mean, if you're Webb, you got to be disappointed because it went straight through your hands. Would have gave them a first down and would have moved those chains for Tuskegee. Perfect opportunity for Williams also to take what the defense gave him, which was a great wide open guy who just dropped the ball.
Ryan Duff set to do the punting. And he will fair catch it at the 6-yard line. 56 yards on that punt by Ryan Duff. 56 yards. And with 9 minutes and 20 seconds to play, we're tied at 13 in the 4th.
Man.
Official attendance today for today's game is 35,275. We're doing battle here at Tuskegee. It's homecoming. Always a rivalry when Miles comes down here. We get tossed up, reconciled, and win. We get about the stats. We have any merit.
Welcome back, everybody. There you get a look at a couple of special teamers, punter Ryan Duff and the long snapper. That's number 37, Keelan Martin. He's a freshman out of Dora, Alabama. He was recruited by Reginald Ruffin when at Miles College, when he was in high school at Dora High School. Dora is well known for special teamers, as the Spradlin brothers with Miles College, both kickers and punters respectively.
Lots of good special teams player coming out of Dora. So, hey, if you need a kicker or a punter, let's go ahead and just go down to the Jasper, Alabama area and recruit some of those guys from out that way.
All right. How about it for Boone Martin? Get a little love this afternoon. We have a new quarterback.
Everyone, please remove yourselves from the track. Everybody's on the track. And the end zone, please.
So they are asking that
please remove yourselves from that area.
some of the contingent
Please remove yourselves from the track and also the end zone
remove themselves from the track.
I mean, come on, Duane. They're trying to get closer to the action.
I know that. Can you blame them?
No, not at all.
You can't
9:20
blame
to
them at
go.
all.
Rivalry game, 13-13. Yeah, they're trying to get all of everything that they're seeing right now.
And what we're seeing is a new quarterback for Miles College. Jacob Milhouse will step in. Milhouse, 37 of 82 on the season for 496 yards and 4 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He will take over from Keller, who we believe got dinged up in that last series.
What I'll be very interested to see will be the play calling that the offensive staff will call for this new quarterback who is in there, Jacob Milhouse, especially with it being so deep far inside of their territory. Are they going to be conservative, or will they try to attack the Tuskegee defense?
Off of the grass, onto the track, please.
Well, the football is resting at the 7-yard line as we go back and forth here. This has really been an exciting ball game.
It has.
Nip and tuck. We talked about how we should throw the records out of the window, but I can't say enough of how magnificent this scene is here on the campus of Tuskegee University. They refurbished Cleveland L. Abbott Memorial Stadium. He was the winningest head coach in history. Second is Coach Slater, Willie Slater. He now coaches at Clark Atlanta.
Lots of history between those two coaches right there.
Fraser spinning beyond the 10. They're going to mark it near the 13-yard line. He moves it 6 yards ahead, excuse me. 6 years ahead would put us at 2028.
Yes.
According to my math.
2028, and that means my son would be in the 2nd grade by then.
There you get a look at Milhouse. He'll turn, he'll hand, and they try to push the pile forward. It's like Frazier wrapped around that football. And I can tell there has been an emphasis on protecting the football as he put both hands on it.
Absolutely. And also, Milhouse held on to that ball before he handed it off until the last millisecond in which he could to go ahead and do that. I almost thought they were about to run a read option, but the way they were blocking it up, it was just basically going to be a regular dive.
As Mo said, he held on to the football for a Milhouse second. 3rd and short. Football at the 15-yard line. Milhouse standing, now running, and he loses his balance. He blew a tire at the 19-yard line. It looked like his front passenger tire blew out on him.
Yeah, you know, probably got a little help from the Turf Monster, too. Because, I mean, we can't deny the fact that this is a brand new playing surface, and with new things comes the fact that you have to work some of this stuff out.
No question about it. Here we see Petaway in your screen, number 29. He had a huge pick earlier in the half to spark things for this Tuskegee Golden Tiger defense. Here we go. Milhouse will scramble with the football on that first down. We'll call it 3 yards to the positive. Here you get a look at him. He's had a number of starts this season for Miles College. Throwing a shade under 50% for a completion ratio. Still battling nonetheless. Speed with the football, and he's going to be tackled behind the line of scrimmage.
Looks like big 99 Isaiah Turner coming up with the tackle behind the line of scrimmage.
And if that goes down for a tackle for loss, that's the second of the season. Nope, they're going to call it a no gain.
Okay.
Football marked at the 20-yard line. Miles College has to get up to the 29-yard line to gain a first down. As we mentioned, Miles comes in only averaging 12.7 points per game. 13, they're at their average now. Complete to Speed, and Speed across the 35 to the 36-yard line.
Speed took a heck of a hit from Pettaway at the end of that. Good thing he was able to hold on to the ball.
17-yard connection. And they are thumping out there now.
Pettaway put his whole body into that one.
But give credit to Speed for holding on to the football. Short 3-yard passing play. That's Jay Andrews coming up with the football. And we talked about Blake Speed. He had no receptions coming into the season. He has one now.
Yes, he does.
He's also in the backfield behind Jacob Millhouse. Jabari Bennett also in. Speaking of Bennett, he has the football complete up to the 50, 45, down to the 41-yard line.
The RPO working to perfection on that one. They got the Tuskegee defenders to bite.
18-yard line, complete to Jabari Bennett, number 17. He switched his number from earlier in the year to number 17. He's lined up on the near side of the football field out wide. Let's see if they try to go deep. He's got one-on-one coverage. No, they quickly throw it to Peterson. Peterson, 40, tries to break a tackle, and he's going to be rustled down near the 35-yard line. Aldridge hanging on to his heels.
And now if you're the Miles College staff, I mean, you can kind of almost open up the playbook with this quarterback because he's not in the shadow of his own end zone anymore.
Well, it's kind of a delicate situation. If I'm Miles College here, I'm trying to milk that play clock all the way down to 0 or close to it. But they're going to proceed. They go for it, and that's going to be picked up. Nope, it's incomplete. They're going to try to hit Jabari Bennett. Remember I said they had single coverage along the near side. I thought they were going to go for it. And Pettaway was kind of daring him to throw that football. But I got to tell you, partner, if I'm Miles College, I'm trying to milk that play clock down and make time be of the essence and try to possibly have this be the last possession for them.
I mean, we've got 4:17 left on the clock. This is the perfect time for them to install the 4-minute offense, as they always talk about, which is basically making good plays, but still taking a lot of time off of the game clock.
3rd down and 5. That incompletion caused the play clock to stop, as does that one. That's a drop by Peterson, number 9.
Pettaway did get his hand in there at the end, too, so.
Let's take a look. Millhouse. No, well, you know what? I got to give Pettaway credit for breaking that football off. So, decision time here. 4th down and 5 in Miles College. They're 1-8. Why not go for it? What do you have to lose?
Wonder if they're going to try to get them to jump off sides.
What do they have to lose? It's like Leon Spinks back in the 70s fighting against Muhammad Ali. As we see Aaron Frazier and the rest of the Miles College Golden Bears come off the field. There's a timeout with 4:14 to play in the 4th quarter. We're knotted at 13.
Huh? With the Leon Spinks?
Spinks, Muhammad Ali, then Frazier in the background.
Okay, I did miss the Frazier portion. Okay, I got you. I did miss that one. I did. Tap my man from the real quick. You know, I used to work for Channel 8. Yeah. Yeah, but I've been in Huntsville the last 6 years now. Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, I wish I could have stuck around longer, but God had other plans.
Miles, I'm kicking. I'm kicking it. I'm putting trust in my senior. He's got the leg to do it.
Exactly.
And he's a senior. Let him go out with glory here.
Exactly. I mean, he booted a 51-yarder with ease.
Yeah.
Let's see, where we at? So it'd be about a 54, 55-yarder.
Yes. Jackson Spradlin.
See, 37-yard line.
He kicked the 51-yard field goal early. You want to show that, perhaps? Okay. Jackson Spradlin, the senior kicker for Miles College, wondering if he will get the call on 4th down and 5 from the 37-yard line of Tuskegee. Duane Walker along with Mo Carter. Hope you're enjoying this one. It has been a barn burner. 4 minutes and 14 seconds to play in the final stanza. We're tied at 13 all. And yes, Jackson Spradlin is in. Robert Smith is going to mark the football at the 44-yard line, which means it will be a 54-yard attempt.
We've already
His career-long 51 yards.
Yeah, we've already seen him hit 51.
Snap, hold, kick on the way. Short. No good. And Jackson Spradlin will go down to one knee. But at least he got the opportunity.
I like the decision in that situation.
Me too.
I really, really do. He's a proven kicker, and he literally comes up just that short.
Tuskegee will take over the football. Spradlin thought he made it initially. He thought he had enough foot on the football. Unfortunately, it came up a couple of yards short.
And look, the coaches from the opposing team are right next to us. There was a big cheer in that room just now once he did miss it.
1st and 10 from the 37-yard line. Let's see if they move the pile. Does Edwards?
So now we're Tuskegee, same situation. 4-minute offense. We've got to if you're Tuskegee, you have to find a way to make plays while also milking this game clock. Now we're under 4 minutes, as a matter of fact, and all they need is a field goal to win, Duane.
I'm playing for the last possession here. I'm trying to hold the football, run the play clock down to perhaps 2 seconds, and then call my play. 2nd down and 8. There you can look at Reginald Ruffin looking on. Has only lost 1 homecoming game his entire career in 20 opportunities. Bryson stepping up. He'll keep the football. 45. And he will smartly run out of bounds at the 48-yard line. He'll knock a table over, but he hardly feels it, and he'll run back to the huddle.
And I think he picked up enough for a 1st down, too, looking at the referee on the far side.
Are they telling them to move the chains? They are.
Yes.
So a 10-yard pickup. Bryson Williams, he's kind of gimping, so maybe he did injure himself. Watch as he's skipping forward. May have an issue with his right leg. Watch as he gimps up forward. Let's see how mobile he is on this 1st down and 10 from the 48-yard line with 2:51 and ticking the play. He'll hand off to Edwards. Edwards, 50, gets away from a tackler. 45, 40, still on his feet. Bangs his way down to the 37-yard line. 15-yard pop.
He broke 3 tackles on that play right there en route to the first down. And that's exactly what Tuskegee needed.
Edwards was taking on all smoke there. First down carry. 1st and 10 from the 37-yard line for Tuskegee. 2 minutes and 23 seconds to play, and that clock still ticking.
Tick, 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 tick.
10 seconds left on the play clock. They leave some on the bone. Edwards will carry, and Zion Sharp will body slam him at the 37-yard line, so we'll call it no gain.
Sharp was on the money, just waiting for Edwards to come through. He was like, former teammate, it's not happening, dude.
They're actually going to give him a yard on that carry with his forward progress. Now we're under 2 minutes to play.
I mean, if I'm Williams or Tuskegee, take what the defense gives you to set up the potential game-winning touchdown or even field goal. Just get them in a position to do so.
There is a little bit of a discrepancy. You see 2:17 on your screen, but Edwards on the carry. The scoreboard clock here shows 1 minute and 24 seconds and ticking. And so I will presume that that's the accurate time, because on that run, the clock will still run as Edwards checks out of the game. Torian Taylor checks in. 1 minute and 10 to go. 3 yards on that play as you get a look at Dante Edwards, one of the premier runners in the SIAC. Played over at Miles College with Reginald Ruffin before transferring over as a graduate student here at Tuskegee.
What a 1-2 punch they have for Tuskegee.
Speaking of 1-2 punch, Taylor was going to get it, but number 2, quarterback Bryson Williams, kept it. And that 1-2 punch ends up being a first down carry for Tuskegee.
Heads up play right there by Bryson Williams. Looks like they fumbled the exchange, but he got it back and then was able to go straight up the gut and pick up some positive yardage.
All right, timeout on the field. Let's take timeout too. There's your score.
Ooh, that could have been disastrous. Man. Okay.
37?
Yeah, they got it's on the board, right? Yeah.
Facebook Live is 13:13 time with 37-6 on the clock. It's been an exciting homecoming. There has not been a fan that has told from the outset of this ball game. Tuskegee, in front of a hometown crowd for the first time, wants to walk away with the W kid. Sam Sage and Miles certainly would like to go away with an upset. We'll wait and see. There's 37 seconds. What is it? Each team gets it at the 25.
You're talking about overtime?
Yeah, overtime.
Each team gets the first overtime. Each team gets a 25. Then you get it again, but then you have to go for 2 in second overtime after a touchdown. Then in the third overtime, you got to go for it's just 2 point.
2-point conversions after that.
Mm-hmm.
Timeout call by the Golden Tigers. 13-13. Gets a score. It's first down and 9.
Arnez Huskic, the kicker. You see him in your screen there. Could he get an opportunity? Both senior kickers would love to have a say-so in this one. Jackson Spradler had an opportunity, but missed on a 54-yarder. That man right there, Reginald Ruffin, recruited him out of Dora High School. But now it's his team's turn. Here we go. First out at 10. Williams hands to Taylor. Taylor gets through the hole. Still on his feet. Still fighting. And he's finally going to be bumped down by Sawyer Jr. Clock still running. 20 seconds.
And we got a timeout.
There's going to be a timeout. Here you can look at Torian Taylor, the senior. In case you're wondering the timeout story, Tuskegee has 1 timeout remaining. Miles College has 2. 20.9 seconds to play. Sam Shade, there you get a look at him. You'd be amazed how he got the job at Miles College. He used to come to games to watch his nephew play. He's got a couple of sisters, an older sister and a younger sister that actually graduated from Miles College.
Yeah, because previously he was at Pinson Valley High School, and he was able to lead them to a state championship game. Not state championship in general, and then his success following, being a DB coach at various places like Georgia State and also Stanford helped him land his first head coaching job on the collegiate level.
And speaking of head coaching jobs, he brought over his offensive coordinator, Jamal Fobbs.
And the HBCU fans, if you're wondering, yes, he is the brother of Broderick Fobbs, the former Grambling State head football coach, and Grambling State football player, too, under Eddie Robinson all those years ago.
And his father coached at North Carolina A&T.
Yes, sir.
2nd down and 7 with 24 seconds, and we've got some movement. So the laundry comes in again. We've got both sides clapping, but it looks like we're going to head back. Ooh. Wow, that penalty assessed for the Tigers. Man, Sean Stenton, you wouldn't expect that. Man, sophomore making a freshman mistake.
Yeah, that's what those coaches talk about, making those mental mistakes in the wrong time of the game.
2nd and long. Taylor has the football. Brundage tackles him, however. Number 52. 17 seconds, 16. And it looks like they're going to play for the last play of the game here. They're going to let the clock wind down. 3rd down. We're going to bring in Arnez Huskic to attempt a game-winning field goal. 3 minutes, 3.3 seconds remaining in regulation. There you can look at Arnez Huskic, the senior. Took me 4 years to get his name correct.
I got you.
I've called him everything but his real name.
Well, now you got it, and now you also have an opportunity to call his name on a game-winning field goal if you can put it up between those two, between the uprights.
He looks relaxed. He looks confident. And I would have to imagine this is something you think about growing up.
Absolutely.
Senior year, last regular season game, senior day.
Homecoming.
What else could you want? Yes, what else could you want?
All the family, all the friends, all the classmates. And I'm telling you this, if he is able to make this field goal, this place is going to go nuts.
Nuts, huh?
Yes, very much so.
All right, we're going to see. Arnez Huskic, he comes out. Duff, the punter, will be the holder in this situation. Boone Martin will be the long snapper. They're going to spot it up at the 43-yard attempt, and they're going to try to freeze him. Miles College is going to use a timeout.
I was trying to look for the location of where Coach Shade was at as far as was he close to an umpire to get a timeout.
Ooh. So there's a pause in the action as Arnez Huskic will collect his thoughts. And boy, partner, this has been thrilling. Everything you'd want.
Agreed. We've seen both teams play their best, both teams play their worst. We've seen things get chippy. We've seen this game, literally be turned upside down. You think one team's about to run away with it, then the other team responds, and now we're 3 seconds away with a tie ball game from either we're going to see overtime or we're going to see a game-winning field goal coming up by Huskis.
There you go. And there's Reginald Ruffin and Sam Shade on the other side. They know each other.
Yes, sir.
They're friends. Arnez Huskic. Duffel spotted up at the 33. 43-yard field goal attempt with under 3 seconds. There's the snap, and it's no good. I thought I saw some movement, however. It looked as though Miles Collins jumped, but I didn't see a flag thrown on the play. I would love to see that again. Not that you can use replay here.
Yeah, no flag on the play.
But I'm almost positive I saw the left side of the line move. Let's take a look at the replay. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Looked like Roosevelt Thompson perhaps jumped offside.
It was not called though, and you have sideline judges looking straight down that field, and apparently either he just got the good jump or he does not get across the neutral zone to cause a penalty. So we've got overtime, my friend.
Yes, we do. Very good observation on your part. What I like about it is that they are talking about it. They're the back judge, Brian Hobson, running out of your screen there. You've got the white cap, Herman Wright, who runs the officiating crew, and they're talking about it, what they saw. So I'm going to agree with you, partner. He's got a great look down the line, and he can see whether or not someone jumped or not. And just because he moved didn't necessarily mean
he got into the neutral zone. Correct.
So nonetheless, we have free football, and so let's try to attempt to describe this overtime period. The football will be placed on the 25-yard line going in. Each team will have an opportunity to score the football on their initial possession. So depending on who wins the toss here, if that team does not score, the team who gets the ball in their first possession, they'll win with any type of score.
Yes, sir. And then if we go into a second overtime, same scenario. The only difference is that instead of an extra point after the touchdown, both teams will have to go for 2 if we get to that point.
Speaking of getting to a point, Jacob Keller, who started this game at quarterback, he might have a shoulder pointer. He might have an injury to his shoulder. You saw the training staff over there with him on the sidelines. And as a result, he came out of the ball game, and 2 series ago, Jacob Milhouse came in to spell him.
Yes, I'm taking a look at him right now. He does not have his shoulder pads on. They have taken his helmet away, and looks like they're trying to put some ice on him right now. So I don't think that he's going to be making a return in overtime as of now.
There you can look at Herman Wright. He's going to discuss things, and Jackson Spratman, one of the captains of the Miles College Golden Bears. He's trying to set things up, saying if we win, or he's trying to set it up which way he wants to kick.
Exactly. I mean, obviously, the way that Abbott Memorial Stadium is kind of set up or whatever, you don't have as much wind coming into the stadium like talking about, but obviously, this kicker's been out there all day long. He knows where his best kicking points are.
Considering he missed from 54 yards going left to right, he said, hey, if we get the football, we want to go right to left.
Exactly. But broadcast partner, I will have to go ahead and say this. We see Sam Shade right there. We have to go ahead and give him a big hats off for getting his team pumped up and prepared for such a game that a lot of people counted them out. Probably the majority of the people counted him out.
Oh, yeah. Extraordinary job done by Sam Shade. And I'll tell you, he's told us that his crew, what he loves about them is that they stay positive, they don't quit, and they fight for each other. And that's so important. We talked about his offensive coordinator, Jamal Fobbs. They used to recruit against one another, played against one another. And then Chris Schelling is his defensive coordinator, who played at Auburn. And he brought him on to be his defensive coordinator.
Of course, Schelling was defensive backs coach at Alabama A&M over these previous few seasons, and he was under Coach Connell Maynard and company. Did a pretty good job bringing in some solid guys, but obviously times changed, and now he's with the Miles. And we've seen his DBs make some solid plays today, too.
He also came in as a rookie with the Cincinnati Bengals along with Coach Sam Shade. Both of them were defensive backs. All right, so positive thinking by Jackson Spradlin and the Golden Bears as that coin toss is won by whom?
I think Miles ended up winning the toss.
Yeah, and guess which way they're going to go?
Looks like what we just said, right to left.
All right, so here we go. Miles College, they're going to start off on defense.
Always a solid decision.
And from our vantage point, Tuskegee will be moving from left to right. Now, we showed you earlier where the senior and captain Jackson Spradlin went over to the white cap, Herman Wright, and said, hey, look, man, we want to go from right to left when we have the football. And it has worked out just that way for Jackson Spradlin. He put it in the atmosphere and it came true. But let's see, however, what Tuskegee does with the football. They'll have it first.
And, you know, during overtime, too, you don't want to do too much that's fancy. Take what the defense definitely gives you. Remember, basically every possession is a red zone possession. So because of that, the field is not as big to spread everybody out or whatever. So you just have to attack your defense and take what they give you in those situations.
Three wide receivers set for Bryson Williams and the Golden Tigers. Edwards through the middle. 20, 15, 10, 5. He's going to score a touchdown. 25-yard jaunt by former Miles College Golden Bear Dante Edwards.
Well, it's exactly what I'm talking about when I said take what the defense give you. They spread them all out. Miles had more of a setup to where they were going to defend the pass, and they were not prepared to stop Edwards on a simple dive play to the left side, and he takes it to the house easily on the first play of overtime.
I got to tell you something here as Huskich comes in for the extra point attempt. Snap, hold, kick is up. It's good, but there's a flag down. And there's a flag on that play. I got to tell you something. I don't mean to be petty, no pun intended. But as he was going into the end zone, he was waving back at the defender, and that very easily could have been considered taunting if they wanted to be petty.
Correct. I did notice that as well. I was wondering if he was going to get, an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, especially with the referee being right there.
See that?
And I mean, we see the tail ended of it. He actually was doing it as he was crossing the goal line.
Right. I'll recall an NFL game between the Falcons and the Carolina Panthers where their wide receiver caught a touchdown and celebrated, and they ended up missing the extra point. All right, here are the overtime rules. There's a coin toss, which we've already had.
Yep.
Offense, defense, on the end of the field. Each team gets one possession from the opponent's 25-yard line through the first two overtime frames. You must go for 2-point conversions after a touchdown. All right, here we go. Frazier will start it off for Miles College from the 25. And their objective here is to score a touchdown. And then at that point, they can go for one, go for two, or whatever they'd like to do.
Well, it's got to be one or the other. The first thing they got to do is get into the end zone.
2nd down and 7 at the 22-yard line. Jacob Milhouse is the quarterback. He replaced Keller, who injured his shoulder. Milhouse, options to the left. Dees is chasing him down. Dees is on his neck. And he's run out of bounds. They're going to spot the football at the 19.
Dees would not let him get out of his grasp, but also smart play by Dees by not taking him down as he went out of bounds as well. Because, you know, sometimes momentum can take you out, and all of a sudden you see a flag come out for a late hit. So good job by Dees on that play.
Third down. Now we have a substitution. Kevin Roberts, who has spent most of this season injured, comes out for Jabari Bennett, number 17. Third down and 4. Millhouse waiting, has it, quarterback keeper. First down, 10, 15, Bucks, a man gets near the end zone, and he's down, loose ball, it's fumbled, and Tuskegee has come up with the football.
Wow.
Antonio Keenan Jr. Let's see him talk about it.
Yeah, they may take a look at this.
They're going to discuss it. Not sure if they can look at it. Let's listen to Herman Wright, the Whitecap, for the call.
And
he's positioned at the 10-yard line.
And many Tuskegee students and fans have already stormed the field, so they have to watch out for that. That could be a penalty as well.
It definitely could. Antonio Keenan Jr., number 7. Ooh, they called him down. Millhouse with the football, running with it, and he doesn't have control of the football right there. But unfortunately, there's nothing you can do because they cannot look at a highlight. But the football did, with all due respect, it did come out of his grasp before he hit the turf. Antonio Keenan Jr. came up with a fumble recovery, but unfortunately, it will have to lay right there. Millhouse tries and doesn't get a gain.
Not at all.
There's a big stack in front of the line of scrimmage. Well, it's unfortunate, and maybe that's a reason why you should have to perhaps use instant replay and maybe in an overtime session.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially since they said the ruling on the field was that he was down before the fumble, when we clearly looked on our monitors and saw something different.
So, in overtime, first overtime, it ended regulation at 13-13. They had a coin toss, in case you're just joining us. Miles won it. They deferred. Tuskegee, they scored on the very first carry. Dante Edwards scored from 25 yards out. Here's Millhouse. They hand. Frazier twisting, turning. Is he in the end zone? He stopped. Near the goal line. 3rd and goal. Just being human, he's going to have to clearly cross that end zone before they rule it a touchdown. And don't be surprised if they pause a couple seconds to make sure.
Vincent Hill coming up, making a huge play at the goal line to keep the guys from out of the end zone.
3rd down. And there's movement. See how they rule this one. There's laughter around. Let's see what Herman Wright says.
Offside. Defense with contact. Number 99. That penalty is half the distance to the goal. Remains 2nd down.
I mean, how much
so
further
you're not really hurt by it because it remains 2nd down, and you go half the distance, which is a matter of a millimeter, if you will. So in essence, it's just a replay of the down. The defensive line trying to get a jump on that snap. 2 backs in the backfield. The ball is loose. It's on the ground. It's in the end zone. Nobody sees it. And Miles, they jump on the football, and it's a touchdown. Yes, sir, Billy Bob. It's a touchdown. Michael Goss, the senior from Starkville, Mississippi, comes up with the loose football. First touchdown of his collegiate career, and a huge one.
That is the most unlikeliest play I've probably ever seen in my collegiate career. Yeah, it looks like it kind of did get kicked into the back of the end zone. Heads up play, though, right there by big number 79 to get in there, get the touchdown, get on top of it as well.
Sports Center, shall I say?
Oh, man, definitely needs to go on Sports Center top 10 nominee. Now let's see what happens with the extra point, though.
Here comes the extra point attempt. Jackson Splatter. There's the hole. The place to kick is up. And it is through the uprights. Well, that was the most bizarre touchdown you will ever see, as Michael Goss, the senior from Starkville, coming up with his first collegiate touchdown. Watch, the football is on the ground and nobody sees it. Nobody sees it.
Nobody.
It's like a pea in a haystack, and it's rolling towards the back of the end zone. How did he have the presence of mind to see that? Look at him. He's trying to get it. He sees the football. Look at him.
Yeah.
And he chases it down, and he beats Antonio Keenan Jr. to the football.
Yeah, literally. It was only those two that even knew where the football was at. But here's another thing, too. He was able to recover the football in the end zone well enough to where they can say possession before he actually went out the back of the end zone, and which they could have called it a touchback, too. So heads-up play by him on that one. Bizarre play, but heads-up play.
It was a race between the tortoise and the hare, and the tortoise won. So to speak.
Yeah, basically.
so to speak.
Basically. So, with that being said, that's how the first overtime is. And we're going to the second one.
Well, got to be honest, Miles College, they definitely got a reprieve because Jacob Millhouse did fumble that football down at the goal line. Yep. Unfortunately, however, there is no instant replay. So you're going to have to live with the result. And it's called human error. It happens every day, all the time. So let's not get all upset about it.
Now here's something else
since you've already clinched the West. Sorry about that,
True.
bro.
Now here's something else interesting. The Miles College offense has to come back out and now try to repeat what they just did. We've got to reverse.
Andrews will be dragged down from behind. Excellent tackle by number 32, Malik Moore, the sophomore from Tallahassee. He chased him all the way down from the backside.
Yes, very, very close to almost being a horse collar. But wait, before I even start talking, White Hat's getting ready to say something else.
Herman Wright, there he is. Let's wait and hear what he has to say.
To the foul, horse collar tackle. Defense, number 32. That penalty is half the distance to the goal. Automatic first down.
So they did say it.
Good call, partner. And they're going to move that football down to the 12-yard line.
Yeah, it's because he made that grasp right really inside the jersey, under the neck area is why they're going to go ahead and call it. Obviously, it's a penalty that goes among the safety realms, but everybody doesn't like it, but in that situation, that's what they called, and that's what remains on the field. So first down for Miles coming up.
Second possession for Miles. Millhouse throws towards the end zone. It's double tapped, incomplete. A couple of Miles College players had an opportunity to catch it. Jalen Peterson, right there, number 9, had a chance. And then number 17, Jabari Bennett, had his opportunity too.
Peterson tried to pull his best version of Odell Beckham Jr. with a one-handed grab. Unfortunately, he was not able to snag it, but then his teammate had a chance to get it off the tip. They couldn't even get the 2-for-1 scenario.
Second down, Millhouse waiting. Delayed draw, still with the football, but he's going to be tackled from behind. Swarmed under. Jaquan Hicks, number 95 on the scene. As we can look at the replay, Millhouse had ideas of running, but he got tackled from behind.
Absolutely, and then if Jaquan Hicks couldn't make the play, Marciah Wells was also there for the assist.
Jaquan Hicks, 1.5 sacks on the year, 2.5 now. Millhouse on the third down. It is complete. Spinning is Frazier, and Frazier is going to be dragged down by Pettaway at about the 8-yard line. They may give him forward progress to the 7. It'll depend on the mark.
Regardless of where the mark is, Coach Sam Shade is sitting on his kicking unit right now to get some points on the board.
So in comes Jackson Spradlin. Smith is going to mark the football at the 14-yard line, so it'll be a 24-yard attempt. Spradlin's made a couple of field goals so far today. He's 2 for 3. That kick is on the way. And it is between the pipes. And so after their second possession, Miles College will jump up to a 23-20 lead, with Tuskegee getting their opportunity. It'll be their second of the overtime.
And also, if you're Spradlin, you've got to be feeling really, really good, considering the fact that you missed a go-ahead in the fourth quarter, but now you've been able to put your team ahead in overtime.
Here you get a look at him, the senior. I've covered a number of his games. Fantastic young man. I asked him, hey, what's it like for you going to an HBCU? And he said it's been all love. He has thoroughly enjoyed his experience, and that's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
All right, here we go. First and 10 from the 25. Edwards looking for a repeat of the first overtime. He'll barrel his way down near the 11-yard line. 14-yard gain.
For about 9 of those yards, I thought he was about to take it to the house once again.
Looked like it. Definitely looked like it. All right, first down, and they place it at 13, we'll call it.
And Edwards went to the sideline holding his wrist. He did land awkwardly on the end of that play, so we'll see what his usage in the rest of OT looks like.
Petty in motion. They hand to Taylor. Taylor jockeying his way downfield. Let's see where they mark it. They're going to place the football at the 9-yard line. No, the 10-yard line.
He tried to bounce around a lot within a small area and then just kind of really ran out of real estate.
2nd and 7. Surprised we haven't called Antonio Meek's name. He did score on a 49-yard touchdown pass that was called back. Other than that, he has been relatively quieted.
Absolutely. And also, I think you give a lot of credit to the Miles Golden Bears defensive backfield for getting those interceptions.
Edwards on the run. And he'll get close to the 6-yard line. And it's going to bring up 3rd down. We have an injured player on the field. Now he's up. Who was that? Reginald Ruffin looking on with his team trailing by 3, 23-20. There you get a look in your screen. Big number 62, Nathan Harrison. Over 25 starts in his career.
6'2", about 300 pounds. I wouldn't be surprised if they run right behind him.
3rd down. Williams throws. And Harvey on the reception. But Harvey is stopped by Brundage. The question is, was it enough for a first down?
It'll depend on the spot.
And I think he's going to be slightly short.
Austin Brundage said, yeah, 4th down, man.
Decision time for Reginald Ruffin. 4th down, less than a yard. Mo, do you kick the field goal to tie it up, or do you go for it on homecoming and go for the win here?
Because of the new overtime rules, I say go ahead and kick it, because after that, you go into the 3rd overtime, and then from there, it's nothing but 2-point conversions anyway.
Right. So they're going to roll the dice and go for it, but there's a stoppage in play. Maybe cooler heads prevailed, maybe we're going to talk about it. So Miles College is going to call timeout. So let's think about this rationally. 4th down and 1. It's your homecoming. Coach Ruffin is batting 95%, 19 of 20 in homecoming events in which he's been involved with as a coach.
Correct.
Only time he's ever lost on homecoming was against Benedict last year, a game I had an opportunity to call, by the way. That's his only homecoming loss in his career as a coach.
Very interesting stat right there. So, you talk about the importance of homecoming, how it could be to the fans and the students and the alumni. But look, homecoming games are very important too to the staffs and the student athletes. They won't tell you that, but it really, really is, especially when you come down to important and very crucial times like this.
And consider this, folks. Tuskegee's already won the SIAC West. So they're really playing for pride of this homecoming right now.
Agreed.
But they will play in the championship game next week against that team, by the way. We mentioned Benedict College.
Coach Chennis Berry and company doing quite a great job over there in South Carolina.
Yes, Coach Berry. They are actually ranked number 1 in the Division II HBCU poll for Division II. Speaking of which, the 2022 SIAC Football Championship presented by Cricket Wireless, November 12th, Saturday. Tuskegee at Benedict. And you can watch that one on ESPN 3.
But before we get to that one, we got to finish one up here first.
Also, before we get to that one, Edward Waters will be playing Allen next week on Championship Saturday as well. They're newbies into the SIAC officially.
Yes, sir. All right.
4th and goal. Here we go.
No field goal unit on the field.
From the 4-yard line. In motion. Boncheville. Williams has it. Hands it. Edwards. He's got the first down. Pushing the pile towards the end zone. He's going to be stopped just shy of the goal line.
Yeah, forward progress was stopped right before he went across the goal line in that scenario. But gutsy call by Coach Reginald Ruffin and company.
Moxie call as well. He don't want to play for no stinking tie. He wants the win. And he plays the win. He wants Tuskegee University to be the standard. 706 career wins for Tuskegee.
Trying to get that 707.
Here we go. 1st and goal from the 1. Edwards banging towards the end zone. It's a touchdown. Touchdown, Tuskegee Golden Tigers.
And here come the Golden Tiger fans storming the brand new field turf.
So, for the 2nd time in overtime, Dante Edwards scores a touchdown. The first from 25 yards out. This one from 2.
And how fitting is it for Edwards? Remember, he was with Coach Reginald Ruffin at Miles College all those years. Becomes a very successful running back here at Tuskegee, and then in overtime, he gets the first OT touchdown, then the game-winning OT touchdown to beat his old team on senior day, on homecoming, and propels Tuskegee with momentum to go into the championship game next week.
And look, we can bring that back just a step further. Not only did he transfer, but he graduated from Miles College. So he's a graduated and take care of business in the classroom, and obviously took care of business on the field here today and helped propel his team to a huge, huge victory.
Yes, sir. Graduation is one of the most important things when it comes to being a student athlete.
Wow, incredible. So it will go in the books as a 2-overtime victory, a 26-23 homecoming victory for Tuskegee over Miles.
What a game. Yes.
Just exhilarating.
Correct. We talked about the rivals throwing out all the records. Miles came to play today. They had upset on their mind. They took Tuskegee all the way to double overtime. Tuskegee bend but don't break, and eventually they were able to pull out a W today.
Wow. Let's go with Coach/Athletic Director Reginald Ruffin. And Coach Ruffin has to be a dream fulfilled here, winning the first homecoming since 2019 here in such grand fashion.
Hey, listen, man. Hey, those guys, man, played one heck of a game. And I told you guys, I knew that was going to happen. I preached that all week, man. These guys, you know, they've been playing good ball. They just had some bad plays here and there. But I knew they was going to come here and play Coach Ruffin and give it their all, man. And look what happened. But our kids are resilient. Just proud of our kids. Man, I had to go for it because I wasn't going in another overtime. I told them, hey, we've been doing this in practice. Let's get this first down. Let's get this touchdown in this game.
Coach, can you talk about the play of Dante Edwards, a guy you've known for so many years now, over at Miles, graduates, comes here to Tuskegee, scores the OT touchdown, and then the game-winning touchdown. How much has he meant to this program?
Hey, everything, man. He did a lot for me at Miles College. And then to turn around, man, and follow me here to Tuskegee, man, after graduating, finishing up. Man, I'm so fired up, man, happy. Man, listen, this is homecoming. Tuskegee hadn't won homecoming in a minute. And, man, that's all they've been preaching. I finally get this monkey off our back. So I'm excited, brother.
And, Coach, one last question here, and I want an honest answer here. Truly, you must have mixed emotions spending a decade with the Miles program. It's kind of like you're playing against yourself. You follow what I'm saying? Did you ever find yourself maybe rooting for some of your former players or being emotional about the situation?
Well, all year, man. I just watched him from afar. Coach Shea and I talk once a week. Every Monday, man, we talked, or Tuesday, and we give each other pointers. I give him what I saw or what he needs to possibly do. That's his team. You know, I told him Coach Ruffin had his run at Miles College, and this is Sam Shea's show now. And I'm just trying to get this team here at Tuskegee, get back on the right track, get back doing things that it takes for us to get back on top, man. 700 wins and the standard, all these championships, that's what's my main goal when I got here. I didn't come here to rebuild, man. I came here to win. And we want to know. That's what we want to be out there every game, 1-0. So I'm happy for the win. Happy for our alumni.
And, Coach, real quick, let's talk about your successor as head coach when you bump up the athletic director and give up your head coaching position. Talk a little about your successor.
Hey, Aaron James, man, what can I say? The winningest, one of the winningest coaches, players in Tuskegee history as quarterback, won a lot of championships, a lot of games. And then to follow me, come with me at Miles College, started out as my quarterback coach and then elevated to our offensive coordinator. Hey, he did a great job for us. Then to turn back, man, and come here and follow me to Tuskegee, his alma mater, and take the keys to our offense. And, hey, I done had my ride, had my fun, had my, enjoyed this. And to pass it along to Coach James, man, he's been my protege for a long time. And I think he's going to do great, especially me being the AD and giving him what he needs. And all the coaches giving them the resources. So we're excited and happy about that.
Well, Coach, on behalf of us all, congratulations on a successful homecoming 2022, and congratulations on a huge victory. And good luck next week in the SIAC championship game against Benedict College.
Thank you guys so much.
Wow, what more can be said? Tuskegee University homecoming. You've been watching Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference football on ESPN+. So for Mo Carter and our entire production crew, I'm Duane Walker, saying so long with the final score, Tuskegee 26, Miles 23 in double overtime. All games airing on the ESPN networks are streaming live and archived on the ESPN app. This has been a presentation of ESPN.
And Tuskegee ran for 207 overall.
What a spectacle. Homecoming 2022 here at Tuskegee University. That man right there. What a spectacle. Tuskegee Homecoming 2022 ends in a 3-point double overtime victory for the home team. Welcome back once again, Duane Walker along with Mo Carter. What a fantastic finish as Dante Edwards and the Tuskegee Golden Lions get her done.
Yes, Golden Tigers getting everything done today.
We talk about the touchdowns that were made by him, but let's look at some stuff from early on.
Sure, they come out throwing, does Tuskegee. Petty with the reception, and then Williams will counter right back with McGee with a long pass. It ends up and sets up a 36-yard field goal by Arnez Huskic to give Tuskegee a 3-0 lead. Jackson Spragner will counter back with a 51-yarder, tied for his career long, to knock the score at 3-all. It was a smorgasbord of field goals, but before we get there, Bryson Williams, quarterback keeper. And he sets up this field goal by Arnez Huskic, his second of the game, a 26-yarder. Now, Miles would answer with their quarterback, Jacob Heller. And although he got tanked there, he would come back and throw a touchdown as it was set up by Jamichael Rogers, number 39. They get the football back. Down the field they come. Jay Andrews, 24-yard touchdown reception that puts Miles up 13-6. That's how it ended at half. Bryson Williams. And that offense, they turn the football over. Chris Ware comes up with the fumble recovery. The score tied at 13-all as we go to the second half of play. Dante Edwards and Bryson Williams, they were a pair.
But that Golden Bears defense, they played their butts off today, getting all kind of turnovers.
Turnovers, there's one by Petaway as he takes this one back to the house, or close to the house, I should say. Torian Taylor. Go ahead.
He wanted to make a house call, but he set up Toro Taylor instead to make the house call in that one.
Edwards, he was just a man possessed today. 19 carries, 120 yards. This one was actually called back. Think if it hadn't been.
Right, this would be a different game if this touchdown was not called back, but had a little laundry on the field.
Antonio Meeks had one called back. A 49-yard touchdown was scratched.
And then we mentioned the Golden Bears making all kind of plays. Another interception by the defensive backs.
James Sawyer Jr. setting up this long field goal attempt from 54 yards out as regulation came down near close. He missed it. Arnez Huskic, he had an opportunity. No, that sent the game to overtime.
A little free football now.
Everybody loves free football. And on the first play, here we go. Dante Edwards, a 25-yard score. Millhouse, they try to answer back. Controversial call here. Watch the football here. Watch it. Watch it. Unfortunately, he was ruled down. No replay.
You thought that play was wild. Look at this wild play. The big man touchdown up the middle.
Michael Goss, offensive lineman, first career touchdown. That fourth down conversion was a touchdown as a result. Then the next opportunity in overtime, Edwards scores for the second time in overtime to hand his club a huge 26-23 double overtime victory. Let's look at some of the stats from the action.
Absolutely. One thing that definitely stands out, I'm very impressed at what the Miles College Golden Bears were able to do offensively, especially in the passing game. They have not passed the ball that well this year, and actually they outgained Tuskegee by 5 yards. But Tuskegee was the one that made the plays late in the contest and also in overtime to carry away the victory.
Reginald Ruffin and Coach Ruffin has to be a dream fulfilled here, winning the first homecoming since 2019 here in such grand fashion.
Hey, listen, man. Hey, those guys, man, played one heck of a game. And I told you guys, I knew that was going to happen. I preached that all week, man. These guys, you know, they've been playing good ball. They just had some bad plays here and there. But I knew they was going to come here and play Coach Ruffin and give it their all, man. And look what happened. But our kids are resilient. Just proud of our kids. Man, I had to go for it because I wasn't going in another overtime. I told them, hey, we've been doing this in practice. let's get this first down, let's get this touchdown in this game.
Coach, can you talk about the play of Dante Edwards, a guy you've known for so many years now, over at Miles, graduates, comes here to Tuskegee, scores the OT touchdown, and then the game-winning touchdown. How much has he meant to this program?
Everything, man. He did a lot for me at Miles College, and then to turn around, man, and follow me here to Tuskegee, man, after graduating, finishing up. Man, I'm so fired up, man, happy. Man, listen, this is homecoming.
What a spectacle! Tuskegee Homecoming 2022. An announced crowd of 35,275.
And they were everywhere today, Duane. They were in the stands. They were on the berm. They were in the grass. At the end of the day, though, they saw a great game in which Tuskegee pulled off a double overtime victory.
And there were definitely some highlights. First half, here we go. Tuskegee came out slinging it. Corey Petty with the reception before being dragged down by James Sawyer. Mr. McGee got in on the action with a completion downfield that set up this field goal, a 36-yarder by Arnez Huskic.
Specialists making a lot of plays today, Duane.
Jackson Spradlin would answer right back, tying his career long at 51 yards to tie the score at 3. Bryson Williams ran a lot of RPO and keeping the football on this one, which sets up a 26-yard field goal by Arnez Huskic, the senior. Jacob Heller got the start. Here's Keller, and he gets sacked. Jeremy Dees with a couple of sacks today for Tuskegee. Speaking of which, how about Jamichael Rogers? He records one as well. 24-yard touchdown pass puts Miles up by a score of 13-6.
And you got to love the athleticism, too.
Athleticism. You want athleticism? How about this? The strip and pickup by Ware. Setting up yet another field goal by Jackson Spradlin. Second half action. Tied at 13. We had some turnovers. Give me that,
Absolutely.
Says Grayson. That's my ball.
Coach Sam Shade very, very proud of his defense for coming up with all kinds of turnovers.
Speaking of which, how about Petaway? Number 29, his long jaunt sets up a touchdown. Tarian Taylor will take it to the house from 14 yards out. And that effort made the score 13-0. How about this guy, Dante Edwards, the former Miles College player. 19 carries for 120 yards. They tried to stretch the field out. Antonio Meeks caught a 49-yard touchdown. However, it was called back.
And how big was that play? Well, 2 plays later, Miles College defensive backs once again coming up with another interception.
James Sawyer Jr. And now this 54-yard attempt by Jackson Spradlin, just a bit outside and short. And he was a little bit disgusted. Speaking of which, Huskic tries a kick. It gets deflected. No good. We go to overtime. Dante Edwards, first carry, 25 yards out. Wave bye-bye to the people. Does. Touchdown. They're ahead in overtime, 20-13. Watch closely here as Millhouse, it looked as though he coughed up the football before he hit the ground. But it was ruled he was down.
And if you thought that play was wild, this play was even wilder.
Michael Goss, he hops on the football. The lineman scoring his first career touchdown. And through the uprights, the extra point attempt is Jackson Spratt. But then, here's the game-winning touchdown.
Well, this was the fourth down play right here to make it first to go.
Oh, you are absolutely right. Edwards then plunged in a play later, and there's your ball game.
And what a ball game it was.
Let's take a look at some of the final stats. What jumps out at your partner?
Well, here's something that jumps out to me, especially for the Miles Golden Bears. They have not thrown the ball particularly well this year, but they were actually able to out-throw Tuskegee 222 to 136 and actually outgain Tuskegee 348 to 343. But you also have to think about those missed opportunities for Miles that played into the favor of Tuskegee, and Tuskegee was able to come away with the victory in double overtime to basically carry that momentum to end the regular season and roll into the SIAC championship game next week against Benedict.
Reginald Ruffin and Coach Ruffin has to be a dream fulfilled here, winning the first homecoming since 2019 here in such grand fashion.
Hey, listen, man. Hey, those guys, man, played one heck of a game. And I told you guys, I knew that was going to happen. I preached that all week, man. These guys, you know, they've been playing good ball. They just had some bad plays here and there. But I knew they was going to come here and play Coach Ruffin and give it their all, man. And look what happened. But our kids are resilient. Just proud of our kids. Man, I had to go for it because I wasn't going in another overtime. I told them, hey, we've been doing this in practice. Let's get this first down. Let's get this touchdown in this game.
Coach, can you talk about the play of Dante Edwards, a guy you've known for so many years now, over at Miles, graduates, comes here to Tuskegee, scores the OT touchdown, and then the game-winning touchdown. How much has he meant to this program?
Hey, everything, man. He did a lot for me at Miles College. And then to turn around, man, and follow me here to Tuskegee, man, after graduating, finishing up. Man, I'm so fired up, man, happy. Man, listen, this is homecoming. Tuskegee hadn't won homecoming in a minute. And, man, that's all they've been preaching. I finally get this monkey off our back. So I'm excited, brother.
And, Coach, one last question here, and I want an honest answer here. Truly, you must have mixed emotions spending a decade with the Miles program. It's kind of like you're playing against yourself. You follow what I'm saying? Did you ever find yourself maybe rooting for some of your former players or being emotional about the situation?
Well, all year, man. I just watched him from afar. Coach Shade and I talk once a week. Every Monday, man, we talked, or Tuesday, and we give each other pointers. I give him what I saw or what he needs to possibly do. That's his team. You know, I told him Coach Ruffin had his run at Miles College, and this is the Sam Shade show now. And I'm just trying to get this team here at Tuskegee, get back on the right track, get back doing things that it takes for us to get back on top, man. 700 wins and the standard, all these championships. That's what's my main goal when I got here. I didn't come here to rebuild, man. I came here to win. And we 1-0. That's what we want to be out there every game, 1-0. So I'm happy for the win. Happy for our alumni.
And, Coach, real quick, let's talk about your successor as head coach when you bump up the athletic director and give up your head coaching position. Talk a little about your successor.
Hey, Aaron James, man, what can I say? The winningest, one of the winningest coaches, players in Tuskegee history as quarterback, won a lot of championships, a lot of games. And then to follow me, come with me at Miles College, started out as my quarterback coach and then elevated to our offensive coordinator. Hey, he did a great job for us. Then to turn back, man, and come here and follow me to Tuskegee, his alma mater, and take the keys to our offense. And, hey, I done had my ride, had my fun, had my, enjoyed this, and to pass it along to Coach James, man. He's been my protege for a long time, and I think he's going to do great, especially me being the AD and giving him what he needs, and all the coaches giving him the resources. So we're excited and happy about that.
Well, Coach, on behalf of us all, congratulations on a successful homecoming 2022, and congratulations on a huge victory. And good luck next week in the SIAC championship game against Benedict College.
Thank you guys so much.